Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined today by Katie Bishop, Earth Bishop, LLC. All right. She's the founder of Earth Bishop. Katie is also alchemist, author, instructor of sacred mysteries and initiations. And most recently, she published the book, Remember Your Torch, which details her firsthand encounters with the supernatural and hidden truths that shape our reality. Most interestingly, Katie is a walk-in soul and contactee with the mission of reigniting humanity's remembrance of our eternal spirit and celestial origins. Through her teachings and her book, Katie discloses esoteric knowledge and guidance for soul transcendence, healing planetary inversions, and resurrecting the feminine principle through the wisdom of the heart. So, Katie, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Michael and Tracy Joe. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, looking forward to this. Wow, your information is incredible. I was just reading your book, and it was like, oh, I got to do a show. So, your book is fantastic. Remember Your Torch: Encounters with the Supernatural and Hidden Truths that Shape Our Reality. I know you had. We were talking before the show. You had misgivings about sharing this information, as many of us do, because people are going to think that we're crazy and so forth. But these experiences that we have shape us to the point where we can start to connect with these higher frequencies and so forth, which you have done on an amazing level.
Yeah, absolutely. This information needs to come out, and some of it is somewhat disturbing. Okay, I'm just going to be completely open and honest about it. The intention is not to scare people, it's to empower people with the information and the knowledge and the truth so that we can face it head on and that we can come up with solutions. Because right now, a lot of people are unaware of all of the level of manipulation that's going on. On the same side, there's so many great things happening. So it really is this polarity war that we're trudging through. And I'm happy to kind of walk through my story a little bit to give everyone some background and highlight some of the key pieces that I think will be most helpful and relevant to people. And Michael, if you want to just stop me and ask questions as I go along, please do so.
Yeah, that's great. So what I love about your initial, pretty much most part of the book, is that people can see you're real. You've had extreme difficulties, which many of us have. So I think a lot of people will relate to that. So yeah, jump in. Let's reveal.
Okay, great. I think the best place to start is explaining the walk-in experience, because that kind of sets the foundation for everything else that comes along and all of the information that I'm bringing forward. So there's a lot of confusion about what a walk-in soul means. So I want to clarify that just up front. Essentially, a walk-in is a soul transference. There's a soul in a body, it exits, and another soul comes in. So this is not the same thing as possession or demonization, where the soul is still within the body, but there's like an attachment working through it. Okay, so a walk-in is different, and there's many different iterations of soul transference and how that happens. I'm only going to talk about my experience, and I'm not going to get into all the other different variations. And there can be negative walk-in situations. Not every single walk-in is a benevolent being. There can be malevolent beings that walk in. So I just want to be clear about that as well. And I grew up Catholic, so I didn't really necessarily grow up in this esoteric, spiritual, supernatural world whatsoever. I grew up in the Midwest. I grew up Catholic, and it wasn't until I was in my early 30s in 2011 when I started going through a spiritual awakening myself. I went through therapy, and I was trying to heal some of my own childhood traumas, and I encountered the dark night of the soul. And through that dark night of the soul experience, I felt, and in that moment is when I had the walk-in experience happen. I saw a being of light come through. He told me I was brave. He touched my heart space, and whoosh, that was the walk-in experience for me. And the best way for me to explain it, because it's a multidimensional experience, think of the Wizard of Oz, and when Dorothy is in black and white, and then all of a sudden she takes a step into Oz, and everything all of a sudden is in full color, and it's like a completely different world. That's exactly how it felt, because when I walked in, I had all my clairs activated, I had all my chakras activated. So it was an extremely intense experience. And what's interesting about the way I walked in is I came in alignment. In some ways, I kind of liken it to being airdropped, and you hit the ground running, and you've got your gear and your supplies, and you're ready to get your mission, and you don't miss a beat. So that's what it felt like. It felt like walking in, and all of a sudden I knew I had my piece of the puzzle. I knew what the information that I'm supposed to bring forward, and I got to work right away. One of the things that's interesting about this time frame when I walked in 2011 is that it was a strategy, okay? Because it's important to understand that in 2012 there was a timeline convergence.
Yeah.
So I was coming in at a specific time to help with this positive timeline shift. And I didn't come in alone. I came in with a fleet of walk-ins. And that was part of the mission, is that we were going to flip the game. We were going to flip and raise the frequency during this timeline convergence to get our collective consciousness on the higher timeline path. I'm always using the multidimensional chessboard as an analogy for our reality that we're experiencing. It just works the best. So I call this fleet of walk-ins in 2011, 2012, I call it an intermezzo. And in chess, that means an intermezzo is a move that you make that the adversary doesn't see coming, and it completely changes the trajectory of the game. So that's kind of how I explain that walk-in experience. And it wasn't only—
I love that the connection too, because Bishop, as you state on your website, which is earthbishop.com, you say it's a noun: guardian, overseer, protector, and then you have the chess pieces, and it's like, oh, Bishop, chess pieces, wow, what that's— and you talk about 3D, 4D, 5D. Oh my God, wow, very cool, very cool. What nice tie-in.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was writing the book, one of the challenges was figuring out how to explain and articulate everything on a multidimensional level, especially with people like you who are very awake and aware, and your consciousness isn't localized, so you're able to tap into where other dimensions and other densities that you're active in, and doing this, writing this book this way, I had to write every chapter in 3 parts. So there's the 3D part, which tells you what's going on in the 3D plane. And then there's the walk-in perspective on each chapter, where I'm talking about what's happening from a higher perspective. And then I do key insights, and key meaning KI, like the earth. What does this insight mean for our collective consciousness? What does this mean for the reader? How can they use the information that I'm sharing in their own life? So that's kind of how I had to lay it out. It's the best way to describe the experiences.
Yeah, and I love your website. Your website has tons of information in and of itself, and then you're talking about your classes that you have, and it's like, oh boy, those classes are a huge reveal of information. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Which really leads in perfectly to what happened next, because I'm talking about walking in 2011, 2012. Well, where have you been for all this time? I got completely taken out. I got completely targeted. I got wiped off the grid. I had everything. I lost everything in my life, and they do not want this information coming out, and that is because part of the mission, it are the courses I'm teaching. It is the information that I'm revealing. This is the piece
I'm going to assume I didn't read it in your book yet, but I'm going, because I skimmed through a lot of your book. I just got it recently, but what a fantastic book. But you did they know that you're going to be bringing in this information? Oh yeah, that's why they target you. Oh yeah, I know. Wow, did they target you? Oh my God, it's amazing you survived all that. Oh
Yeah. You know, they know because we're in this containment system, they know who everyone is. They can identify us by our frequency and everything. So walking in later in life was part of the strategy as well, because, a lot of bright souls that incarnate as children get targeted.
Yeah.
So, coming in later and bringing this at the last minute, trying to flip the frequency and bring this information right at the time at the end of the cycle was really important. And that was a key strategy as well. One of the things I reveal a lot in the book is the impact that the artificial and synthetic telepathy has on us and on our society. It's to such an extreme level that I don't think people understand the level of manipulation that is occurring with it, and the remote frequency technologies that exist. And they don't want you to know this information, so much so that I went ahead and put pages in the back with the technology and each patent number. Because what happens is if you try to look up these remote frequency technologies, they won't show up in a search. You have to know the exact patent number. So I put all the exact patent numbers in here, and then a link to the actual website so you can see them for yourself. And again, this is disturbing information, but this includes everything from voice to skull to subliminal messaging, all kinds of things, dream manipulation. So this is really important for everyone to understand and have a grasp of.
Yeah, the mind control, technology they have out there, and then of course the drugs that you were subjected to, and then they once you get in that system, boy, is it hard to get out? Oh my God, what a challenge!
The system is so corrupt, and again, I was heavily targeted. And I did make the mistake of signing away to do an evaluation. And once they've got you to the extent at one point I was at home folding laundry. 3 police officers come to my door, put me in handcuffs with a judge order saying that I'm mentally unsafe. No reason why. They throw me in the back of a cop car. They drive me to a facility. They put a number 666 on me, and they're trying to invoke darkness in me. This is all part of, this satanic underworld that really is kind of operating in the background of everything. That happened in real life. All these experiences that I share in my book, this isn't something where I went into hypnosis and remembered a past life memory or something. Everything happened in the 3D and the physical. And then some of the experiences I was having that were multidimensional because I was being attacked on another plane, that was coming through simultaneously. And I was having fainting spells, and I was being pulled in and out of consciousness momentarily because things I was so heavily attacked, and the group I was with was heavily attacked as well. And it really took until 2021 for me to fully recover and get all my soul pieces back, because soul harvesting was actually a part of what I experienced. That is a real technology. Again,
Right.
very dark, but it does exist.
Mm-hmm. And you talked about the CIA technology and all that was very interesting. Now, sounds like I've talked to several people like yourself that are highly tapped in, and there's almost like someone gets assigned to you, and it seems like your husband was somebody that really was a problem.
Yeah. I really don't want to talk about him or any of the other people in my life. A lot of what's happening that people don't understand is they don't even know how controlled they are.
I gotcha. Yeah.
And I talk about this when I discuss unconscious recon, because a lot of us are doing recon, but we're not aware of it, and we're not able to really it's not safe for us to be aware of it because of the level of synthetic telepathy that's going on. The dark side will know what you're doing. Well, it works on the dark side too. They have players that are doing unconscious recon for them. So that happens. And
That's an excellent way to describe it. Yeah.
Yeah, I lost everyone. I lost all my friends, all my family. I even went at one point to the homeless shelter where I used to volunteer at, and they turned me away. When I tell you I hit a rock bottom, I hit the rock bottom. Now on a very high level, we can look at these experiences as descent initiation.
Yeah.
And it's a testament to the strength of the spirit and the soul. And can you descend into a reality where everything is upside down and inverted and run by a dark satanic cult and lose everything in your life and still find your way back to your heart, to your soul, so much so that you're able to turn around and help others?
Yeah, very good. So I remember one passage in your book where you were talking about they were trying to, even the players within the system that you're in, they were controlled, like you're talking about. I was like, whoa. It's like all these people are actors for this huge control system. And so you're outlining all this and you're aware of it. And you're saying you can't do this to me because I'm in this love field, this love vibrational field, and you're never going to have access to me. And they were like, they just got so frustrated. I've had that too. That is so powerful. Wow. I got to go back and outline that. I don't know what the exact verbiage you had. I was like, wow, that's magnificent.
Yeah. What they were really trying to do, I would get put in these facilities, and they would throw me into like a small interrogation room, and they wanted to know about the contact I was having. So I was having contact, and I had seen ships, and I had memory of the mission I was on, and they wanted all of this, and they were trying to pull it out of me. And it was like an extraction, and I refused. And what they were using, they had access to what is like a Neuralink chip. So they could see the first layer of the mind transference telepathy, because telepathy happens in layers, and there's all different kinds of telepathy from, you've got your instinctual, and then you've got mind transference, and then you've got soul to soul, which happens through the heart. And with the mind telepathy, they can access the first layer of what's in front of your conscious awareness really easily. Wow. That's so easy for them to grab. So I was using that against them and blowing them up in my mind a few times, making them really uncomfortable. And they would flip tables. They would get so frustrated with me, or I would just, in my mind, visualize them as angels or heaven or, babies and puppy dogs. And they would go crazy because they could not access what they were trying to get from me. And they wanted fear. They wanted me to live in fear, and they wanted me to be ashamed and humiliated of what I went through so that I wouldn't come forward. And so I did the opposite, and I wrote a book about it, and I'm sharing it with everyone because I know I'm not the only one that has been through some of these situations. And to some degree or another, I know it's going to help a lot of people.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Huge. And your website and all the stuff you have on there is going to be, people are going to be like, super attracted to that. So I remember the one where you're talking about where they came and handcuffed you, where you left the facility. You're like, I'm done. I'm just going to walk away. And so you walked home, and they came and picked you up because they called in and said that you were a threat. Where you're not a threat. You're like Katie that we're talking to right now. You're just like, there's nothing. And so they called you a threat. So those 3 officers show up and handcuff you, throw in the back of the car, and drive you back, and then you got to go through all that process again. Wow. So again, the system is heavily aligned against us. So this started happening to me when I started talking about my memories of connection to all these different programs, and wow, that's interesting to see that you went through that same problem, because they do target us when we start to wake up and start to reveal. So tell us a little bit more about when they started So you went through all this process. You have, you have, I guess, a soul comes in. There was a, you talk about in your book how there was before you incarnate, you have that agreement, so forth. And so there's lots of different ways that souls can come in, like you talked about, accidents and all kind of crazy stuff. But for you, you had an agreement that it would be during this time frame. So let's go from there, where this amazing high vibrational soul comes in after your mind has been punished, and now you're going to a different level.
Yeah. And what's interesting about my walking experience, again, it was consented and agreed upon before the incarnation. Like I said, there was a lot of us coming through at this time. This was a big strategy to shift the frequency of the planet. And that soul part really is I'm part of the same oversoul. So, we all are fractal on this plane, and then we roll up to an oversoul. And then on that plane, we fractal, and when we roll up to a bigger oversoul, and we're all more and more connected as we go up through the densities. And eventually we all become one, and we're in the unified field. So we're all just versions of oneness, having different experiences. So that soul part was really like a lesser evolved version of me. If you can think of the evolution you go through spiritually over a 20-year period, you're not the same person you were 20 years ago. But imagine having that evolution happen in one moment, and you're a completely different person instantly. That's how it felt like. And that was really challenging, walking into a marriage situation that I knew I needed to get out of immediately, but I didn't have the means to do it. And I had 2 small children, so I was juggling a lot of issues. And then on top of that, then I become a heavily targeted individual. So in that time frame from 2011 to 2021, after I was targeted and left with absolutely nothing, I had to work my way back to getting stabilized. I got a job for $12 an hour doing data entry, and I was able to work really hard and become a vice president of the company, get my life stabilized, get things in order. But I was on survival mode, and I know what that feels like. And I think it's been actually a really great experience because I can empathize with people. So much so. And I understand what it's like to be trapped in that matrix system, trapped in that fight or flight, going from barely making ends meet, paycheck to paycheck. You can't calm down the nervous system. It becomes your default method of operation, that constant living in fear. So I understand that. And it wasn't until 2021 when I had my soul, I call my soul family, my star family came back so that we could finish this mission that we started. And that's when I got my soul parts back that had been harvested through these targeted situations that I was in. And I really started getting out there with the courses, and I was really excited to come forward publicly. I was going to have a show on, it was called Conscious Vitality. And I had worked with the producer, and I had lined up all the shows, and I started to get really nervous because of everything that happened to me last time. And I was worried about being targeted again. And I was got really scared. And in one of my contact experiences, I was told to wait. I was told that there was going to be a lot of false light coming through, like a galactic circus, like a galactic parade. And it's going to be a spectacle, and it's going to be false light. And to just wait until that dissolves itself, until it's exposed, until it falls apart on its own, before coming forward. So I waited to write the book. I had started it, but I put it on the back burner. And it wasn't until last summer I had a contact with, I call him John in the book. And he basically said, okay, it's go time. You need to work on the book. And I was supposed to go to Europe last summer. I was supposed to visit some sacred sites in France. I was going to finish another level of alchemy school, and I ended up canceling my trip completely. And I hunkered down and I got the book ready. And the guidance I was given was to have it ready to go in the fall, and things are going to be in alignment. And so the book just got published last month, and I just had the corresponding workbook come out this week. So this interview is perfect timing because I didn't really want to do any interviews until I had all the pieces ready. But because I've been through so much trauma and I work in healing, I wanted people to have a guidebook, a step-by-step guidebook to use for their own journey. So that's available now too. But that's kind of the progression of how things happened. And I think I just gave you a way too long answer for your question. So sorry.
No, I love that. I love it when I can ask a question and the guest can really go into depth like you just did. So that's a gift. It's a gift for someone that does interviews. So thank you. So you're amazing. I'm just gonna kind of showcase a little bit of your video classes that you have. Sacred Mysteries. This one looks very interesting right here. Sacred Mysteries. Go through that. So, false Genesis.
Yeah, I would love to talk about Genesis.
Great. I looked at that. I'm like, man, I'm going to sign up for this stuff. Looks great. Amazing.
Yeah. So with Sacred Mysteries Monthly, it's a class I do every month. And it's my platform that I'm using to bring the information forward that I came in with to share as a walk-in. It also comes from my contact experiences and then from my own research and from my own trainings, because I did do actual trainings with shamanic wisdom and alchemy school and entity attachment release. And I write about all the trainings that I did in the book as well. But this class coming up next Tuesday, November 18th, is all about false Genesis. And this is like the mother lode of classes, because this particularly is the information that the deep state doesn't want out there. This is the information before the Sumerian tablets. This is the information before the Genesis story in our Bible. This is the information that shares with us, well, what happened? Where did our souls come from before the Enuma Elish? Because the truth of the matter is, all of these creation stories that we have, these are not true creation stories. These are creation stories of the enslavement system. That's what it is. So the question we need to be asking is, when the Anunnaki came and did all of these genetic manipulations to create their slave race, where did those souls come from to animate this Homo sapien race that they created? That is the question to be asking. And where is all the information before the Sumerian tablets? Our planet is ancient. We had civilizations before that. They weren't the first. The dark side doesn't want us to know that. So I go through and I connect the dots of what our planet was before we called it Earth, before it was Ki, and when we were actually attached to a mother planet, Tiamat. That's the energy that they are terrified of. And this relates back to the resurrection of the feminine principle. This is the reinstatement and the transference of power that we're experiencing back to the feminine principle. And I want to talk about that for 1 second, because there's so many distortions and inversions about what that means. The feminine principle is not about feminism. That is a psyop. That is not the feminine principle. And on the other side, the feminine principle is not about vomiting rainbows and roses and unicorns everywhere, right? The feminine principle is more neutral. If anything, it leans to the feminine side, but the feminine principle is about this resurrection of living through wisdom. And it's about balance, and it's about harmony, and it's about using power to empower others. So this is the force that is coming through that can't be stopped, that the deep state wants to stop. This is the force. It's the force of love that a mother has for her child. It's the strongest force in the universe. So
Mhm.
all of it ties together into our truth of who we were and where our souls came from before the Anunnaki invasion. It's this, people call it an expedition. I call it an invasion. So I go into all of that in the class.
Wow, good. So the Anunnaki, the Draco reptilians, Anunnaki. What can you tell us? Because I know that on certain levels, if you share too much, the targeting will be so intense that you will not be able to go forward. I know that, right? So tell us what you can.
Sure. And if you watch my videos and you've been in my classes, you'll know that I mean, I will just share some blunt truths about the
Yeah.
Anunnaki and this dynasty, this family, this almost like conglomerate. It's like an empire
Mhm.
that is taking over the solar system and is really controlled by the Orion group. And there's multiple different factions, and it's extremely complex. Okay. So I will trash talk, but it's really important to understand that there is a benevolent faction. There is a faction here,
Right.
the renegade faction, that is working against the system, that sees the value of humanity, that loves the value of humanity, and that understands that this feminine principle needs to come back. They're helping facilitate that reinstatement of power. And they're doing it because it is the right thing to do. And it's the end of the ages. And this is real. So there really is a benevolent faction of the Anunnaki. So even though I talk a lot of trash, I will honor that. And that is real. Um, it's all about it's all about bringing the truth back. And in my experience with this benevolent faction, it's all about the information that's coming from before they genetically modified us. So um,
So a lot of these a lot of these ancient stories in the Bible and so forth are not really telling the entire truth of what happened to us, and you go into some of that, and I think that's very insightful. And we really need to know the truth, and that's what you're sharing with your work.
yeah, and one of the Bible is really kind of based off of the tablets of the Enuma Elish, and when you
Right.
read the Enuma Elish, it's very graphic. You are reading how they slice, the mother Tiamat, and these are the people who enslaved humanity, and so they're writing the history. So while they're portraying Tiamat as a monster, they slay the monster to enslave humanity. So we have to keep all of this in context, and what really happened before that, and what was that battle really about. Because when you understand that this is, again, a really complex family dynamics that are trying to control for power, um we need to relook at the way we see these texts.
Yeah, interesting. So you talk about in your last one I see you're talking about Yeshua's mission. What
Mhm.
that's very insightful. I like that. So we've had like the Buddha and Yeshua. We've had some amazing people that have come through. I would say you're in that category. I'm not putting you on a pedestal with Yeshua or Buddha, but you are bringing in the information like they did. And you have a group that's working with you. And it's very interesting. This group, you talk a little bit about them, and I'm like, whoa, this is but you have to reach a certain level of consciousness,
Yeah.
and to be able to maintain that consciousness so that they can communicate with you. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. Well, first of all, one of the things I want to address as being a contactee, in the information that I bring forward, I am bringing it forward as a sovereign. I don't consider myself representing, I don't want to be representing any other group or faction or, uh, federation or any kind of being. I don't have anyone controlling me in that way. While I work with them and this is cooperation, I am not sharing information because some being told me to. I think we are losing so much of our discernment as a collective because we're putting our blind faith in some of these informers or some of these contactees who are being completely manipulated, because it's really important to understand that the dark side and some of these dark beings, they cloak themselves in light, and they might look like a really attractive, nice Nordic being, and they're completely working for the deep state, and they're trying to harvest souls of humanity. So when people are blindly following a contactee and they're saying, well, I believe this, or I'm doing this because so and so said so, you really need to run all of that through your own discernment filter. And that's what I do. Because I've had experiences with both light and dark beings. So I would never just parrot or regurgitate anything without reflecting on it and discerning on it and making sure that it resonates with my heart. And so I bring my information forward because I'm doing it at my own free will. So I think it's really important to distinguish that. And talking about Yeshua's mission is one of my favorite things because there's so many distortions around that. And we're going to be learning more and more about what that mission was about and what it wasn't, and how it was distorted by the church, and how the feminine was completely erased, completely wiped out, and then completely distorted.
Like Mary Magdalene, they said that she was a whore, and then they said that for almost 2,000 years, and just recently, the Catholic Church comes out and say, "Oh no, we were wrong about that." It's like, what? So, but they still teach it. It's still in the Bible. It's like crazy. Come on. So, yeah, you have to start to go outside these sources. And I love what you said about the New Age movement. You got to be careful with that because that's all like flowery and just mind control, CIA type stuff. So, you really call it out. Good job.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, the New Age deception is really dangerous because they want you to think everything is love and light, and you can just meditate your way through everything and not have to take action. And that is so far from the truth. You've got to take action. We're in a dual polarity reality, so you're going to have contrast. There is going to be dark and light. Of course, when we all roll up to the unified field, it's not like that, but we're having an experience in the 3D right now. And so we need to be aware of that this experience, these temporal frequency wars and this battle for the soul, where information and mind control is the weapon. This is really happening. And the distortion and the erasure of the feminine energy is unbelievable throughout history. And again, this is part of the information that I'm bringing back because I have some information about the Marys and Mother Mary and Mary Magdalene and who they were and what those emanations roll up to. And, they make Mother Mary this demure, virginal character that just got impregnated, and then that's it. And then that's done with Mary. Well, she was a divine birth priestess. She was completely aware of what was going on. She had been preparing for this, bringing this life in, the life of Yeshua. She had to prepare because the womb is a portal. And they know that. And that's why women are so attacked. And there's so much to talk about the womb chakra and healing energy that comes from the womb. But, she knew what was happening. She was an active participant, and she was known as the greatest teacher to Yeshua, who got a lot of his teachings from India. So there is so much to uncover here. And we're barely scratching the surface. I go into these in great detail in my Sacred Mysteries class. I really get into specifics about everything, but it's undoing all of these lies. And we have to start thinking differently. We almost have to go a blank slate and say, okay, I need to relook at everything with fresh eyes.
Nice. Now, when you sign up for the monthly, the $35, do you get access to the other ones, or do you have to purchase them separately?
Yeah, no, you get access to the other ones.
Wow.
you'll be caught up. And then if you don't want to do the monthly, you just buy each one separately.
Yeah.
And one of the things I do in each class, I design this very specifically with a really specific intent for Sacred Mysteries Monthly, because one of the things we need to be doing more as a collective is understanding how to have energetic hygiene and how to be more engaged with our manifestations and our creations. So each class is set up that I'll do a lecture for an hour and I'll share the information, and then we'll do a Q&A and this discussion, and it's an amazing community of people. The group is so wide awake, and the questions are brilliant, and the interactions and the support we give each other. And then we take a quick break, and then we go into new moon intention settings. Now, I know the moon, I know the manipulation, but it's part of our reality. So we have to work with the energies. And when we're in a new moon time frame, that is the best time to be setting intentions and to think clearly. So I walk people through a little 4-step process to set intentions for this next phase in clearing process. And I'll teach a new technique every single class for you to learn how to clear yourself. And we walk through that together. So then you have a time set every month when you're going to get your soul nourished, you're going to get intention set and a direction and a focus for the month, and you're going to have your auric field cleared, and you're going to know how to do it yourself. So you're getting a tool that you can take with you. So that's how I design the classes and set them up.
Wow, that's unbelievable. So that's a great value beyond belief. So I love you look through these titles: the gods of immortality, occulted goddesses and their importance, esoteric goddess powers, weaknesses, teachings of ancient cultures, just mystery school. I'm like, wow, I want to learn. I want to listen to all this. So it's incredible. So now, when this information comes through you from your guides and so forth, do you have to go into any state of consciousness, or there's like, it's just time for you to be uploaded with new information? How does it work for you?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, because it happens all different kinds of ways. And when it's physical contact, I don't initiate that. I really don't initiate the contact. I'll get like an inkling that it's going to happen, but I won't really know until the moment. But the other information, I walked in with some of it. So again, that was like kind of hitting the ground running, and I was allowed to carry this information with me. It's important to understand that when we incarnate, we get amnesia. But for those of us that are on this specific mission, we had to get certain permissions. There's like a council. It's almost like a court in heaven of what you're allowed to come in with because of free will and interference. And one of the reasons why I was allowed to come in with the information that I came in with is because it's been erased. People can't find it unless someone walks in with it, or those of us who are having contact are getting it from the contacts. So I've had different experiences with getting the information, and the most important part.
So that kind of that's beautiful. That's that stealth work you were talking about. I love that. That's very cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
You really came in with it. They couldn't suppress it. Now here it is. Boom. Wow.
Right.
Cool.
They tried really hard to suppress it.
Oh yeah.
But here we are. So it's a multitude. And one of the things, I'm having a human experience here too, and I'm embracing this experience. And so I'm learning how to, go beyond the 5 senses as well. And when I have a question or I'm trying to pull up information, I'll go through my own process of getting it on my own. That's the journey. That's what we all are here to learn. So I try to figure things out on my own, and I'll get into a quiet space and I'll say, okay, this is the piece of information I'm missing. I'm going to put an intent on it. And then I let it go. And then what happens is it will come through, usually within like the next 48 hours, as long as you're living in the present moment and you're not, again, going into the chitter chatter of the mind, but you're really embodied and you're focused on the present moment. A sign will come to you, and it will you'll know it. You'll be like, that's the piece. Or it'll be like a song lyric, or it will be, you'll be watching a YouTube video and someone will say the answer that you're looking for, or it will come from a friend. It will come to you in an organic way in the 3D. It's not that the heavens are going to part and an angel's going to come down and bring it. We have to be present in 3D to receive all of these messages that are really coming through to us all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. My wife, Tracy, was in the chat. She's like, I get it when I'm cooking, when I'm listening to music. So the same thing. So a lot of us will have these, incredible, intense, visions and so forth. And sometimes it's just a little, oh, now I know that. And for you, when you came in, it's like you knew that a lot of this stuff because you've been through the trauma, and then your walk-in comes in and brings information that, we just can't, most of us just can't come in with. So that's pretty interesting how that process worked for you. And what else would you like to share?
Well, all of this information really resides within all of us. We're all walking libraries. The Earth is a library. Every planet has its own, houses its own library of information, has its own consciousness. Our Earth has its own consciousness. Like when I do Akashic Records readings, I'm essentially reading the library of someone's soul and all the experiences that they've had. And, this soul that we take with us from lifetime to lifetime, it goes into different carnations in different star systems. And we carry that with us always. So all of the information really is internal. This is always, I've always said, ascension is an incension. It's an internal process. It's not necessarily about going up higher. It's going in deeper within yourself and really knowing yourself, and to thy own self be true. That's where all the magic is really bringing up all of the subconscious and all of the shadow and bringing them to light. That's how you really get to know yourself. That's really uncomfortable work to do. And again, that's part of the new age deception that there's no darkness and you don't have any of that. Well, we all do. I mean, that's where enlightenment and evolvement comes from. It comes from the learning through the shadow and learning from the mistakes that we made. So all of this information that I have, everyone has access to it. I'm just here to kind of be a guide and help show how I've used it, and people can take it or leave it. They can take all my information, and if it doesn't resonate with them, fine. That there's nothing forced. This is all free will. So I'm just glad that I finally got to a point in my life and things have aligned in such a way that I can finally come forward now and bring this truth, because I know it's helping a lot of people, and it's really helped spark, bring back that spark of life, so that people don't feel like they're just existing anymore and they're on this treadmill, but they're engaged, and they're engaged with their humanity, and they're embracing the human experience. And that's what it's all about. And, there's a huge new age deception with this whole galactic circus too, because they want you to spend all your time and they want you to be distracted with, go learn about a planet on the other side of the galaxy that has absolutely nothing to do with anything that's going on right now. So the goal is, as a contactee, I will say it is not about them. The real disclosure is about us and what we're able to bring to the table. And the real disclosure is about the construct of the reality more than anything. Because when you understand the construct of the reality, then everything else falls into place, and you're not just mindlessly wandering and being manipulated and thrown around the chessboard. You become a player, and you're making the moves, and you're making things happen in your life. And that's why I have a whole masterclass just on mastering your universe, which is all about the fundamentals of Hermeticism and understanding how to apply these things in your life. So the experience here is it's about being human, and what the guides and the galactics want us to do is embrace that. They want us to come forward and bring the disclosure. They want us to unite in our humanity, not in a Pleiadian lifetime. They want us to embrace our life now, who we are now in this body. That's what they're looking for us to do.
Yep, fascinating. So what do you think, near term, long term, what's in store for Earth and humanity?
Well, these are really exciting times. they're going to be really chaotic, okay, because we're going through this big transition, this big shift, and it's a creation process. And in the creation process, there's always chaos. Think of an artist. You might see them and it might look like their painting might look like a mess in the beginning, but oh my gosh, it becomes a masterpiece. So we are a masterpiece in the works right now. Our planet is a work of art. We are a work of art. And we need to take away all of these distractions, and focus on being the best versions of ourselves as Terrans. That is really the goal. It's about loving being a Terran and loving our planet. And Earth is ascended. She is going with or without us because, believe it or not, while we need the Earth to live, she actually doesn't need us to live. We are invited. We are welcome to come with her. But those who cannot hold the frequency, or those who cannot face their own shadows and conquer their own demons, they're going to have to go and do another school to get to that point. So there is going to be a split, and this is, I know it's upsetting for some people to think, oh, well, not everyone's going to make it. The soul is eternal, and we're fractal, and, this is a temporary experience. So don't get so caught up in the materialism and the physicality, because we're meant to evolve. And that's what this whole process is about. So it is going to be chaotic because there's a transference of power, and the deep state is not only are they going to do everything that they can, they're going to do everything that they can to destroy everything on their way out. Even though they know they're gone and they're wiped out, they're going to be jerks about it, and they're just going to destroy just for the sake of destroying. So we have to expect that, and we have to not let it get us down.
Yeah, it seems like they've done that in the past. We've had some dramatic things that happened to Earth, the flood story and so forth. We can see that Earth at certain times was far more technologically advanced than it is right now. So has it been these people that have destroyed the Earth and have come back, or is this a different time where the consciousness and so forth is going with the Earth, and there's going to be a split? I've heard this from a lot of people. And what are your thoughts? Is there a split where some people are going to go with the 3D Earth or whatever, and then there's going to be another type of Earth?
Well, this structure that we're experiencing now is going to collapse on itself. There's not going to be any more consciousness left in it. So no one's going to be here. This is actually a false matrix system. There's a first original matrix system. Matrix, believe it or not, is in the Bible, and it means womb. And this was the original mother construct, which was designed as a holographic interface for our souls to evolve and to have experiences in physicality. Now, what happened was, when that was taken over by these parasitic groups that invaded, they flipped and reversed everything, and they created a false matrix system. And that's what we're experiencing now. And that's what we're liberating the souls from, so that they can go on to their next stage of evolution and not be recycled back in. So this system, this reality that we're experiencing now, is going to collapse in on itself, and there won't be any more false matrix system. What will happen is the souls that didn't evolve enough to be on the 5D Tara, that Earth plane, that new Earth plane, they're going to go to another 3D matrix system that is not an inversion. Now, a lot of what we have here too are NPCs. They're designed to be part of the construct, so they don't leave the construct. They're going to collapse with it. They're not multidimensional beings. They don't have souls, so they don't have a next stage of evolution. So there's multiple things going on at the same time here. Now, for your audience, I feel safe saying everyone's going to be going to 5D. If you're watching this and this resonates, you get it. And don't feel like you're responsible for saving everyone with savior complex. Yeah. The best, if you really want to help people, be the best version of yourself and lead by example. Be that shining lighthouse, be stable within yourself, and let people come to you when they're ready. and you live with integrity, you live your life as the best version of yourself, and you will be helping people, and your frequency will be helping people, and people will notice you. They're not going to say it, but they're going to learn just by your actions. So that really is the best way to help people instead of getting dropped down into the programming of that savior complex.
Wow, some amazing insights and knowledge that's been shared. I love it. So yeah, your website again, earthbishop.com. You got a great book, Remember Your Torch. Tell us real quick about the torch. I love the way you describe the torch.
Yeah, the torch is the fire element, this element of life. It represents our life force energy that comes through our soul, and this life force energy we carry from lifetime to lifetime. It can't be put out. It's the light that is filled with joy. It's the light that gives us the ability to create. And for me, I see it as the light of sacred wisdom. And to me, the torch, in a lot of my experiences, it's been like the passing of the torch, the passing of the wisdom. And we are all here. We are all going to be ancestors some days ourselves. So we need to practice embodying that wisdom so that we can one day pass this torch down. So that's what it means to me. And yeah, I have the book is Remember Your Torch. The workbook is Reignite Your Flame. So this is the step-by-step guide for self-healing. This is designed to save you a ton of time and money in therapy. And then there's a Remember Who You Are journal, because the journaling is a really big piece of it. And you write your own story in here. This is your journey, and what are you leaving? What is your lifetime? What has that meant to you? And what has that been? So, you can get all three of these things on my website directly, which is the cheapest way to get them, or they're on Amazon as well. And you can go to my website and have all different.
Well, Katie Bishop, we've been blessed with your insights and knowledge. Thank you so much for coming in. Love to have you back on. Talk a little bit deeper at some point. Maybe do some courses with you and get some more experience, and then we can have some deeper conversations. It'd be great.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you so much for having me, Michael.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I guess we were the first show. We had all your books and courses together. That's beautiful. Thanks for.
This was like the kickoff virtual book tour. So thank you. This means a lot to me.
We love that. Yeah, that's great. We love to be, the bringer of great information. You just brought it. So thanks so much.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
Great. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Ukraine's army is being decimated, right? It is it's a NATO trained, NATO supplied. NATO, when it was formed, was the Nazis from Germany basically started NATO. The Nazi generals basically were the first that came into NATO, and many Nazi generals from Germany over the years have been the head of NATO. So it is absolutely a former German Nazi organization, and it's being decimated by Russia, right? So Russia's not playing around this time. They're going to make sure that this Nazi army is absolutely destroyed, right? So, and then on the other side, we have weather that's being massively. You can see behind me. You're supposed to get lots of snow up here, a couple feet of snow over next couple days, weeks, and so forth. So, from the solar activity that's coming in, it's going to cause wonky weather, right? The coast of California is supposed to get 4 to 5 inches, and going deeper, there'll be some 4 or 5 inches well into throughout California, in the deserts and so forth. There'll be flooding, devastation. California has been under attack for a long time. They've been cloud seeding and all kind of crazy stuff. Area 51, they were dumping all kinds of aluminum in the air that's caused nano thermite and all kind of crazy stuff that got in the trees and on the houses and so forth. So when they came in and it hit it with the direct energy weapons, it basically caused a massive conflagration, destroyed much of California. It's been an ongoing process of destroying California, and it's not going to let up. Now we know the deep state is on their last legs, but they know they're on their last legs, but they're going to destroy everything on their way out, guys. Right? So you need to be heads up, you need to be able to move and chuck and jive. Like when I was a running back playing football in high school, just like I'd get hit and I just kept moving. You know, I get hit, I'd bounce, I hit somebody else because I was a very powerful runner. And so I have big, strong legs and powerful legs, and I just would jam people. Right? So you got to be able to shuck and jive. Don't let them, get you trapped, because they're going to try to. They're going to try and take out as many of us as they can. And we have to be able to fight. Remember that, right? fight. All right. So stay informed, and you'll be able to survive. Right. Don't get into the negative mind states and so forth like that. I know some of you out there, New Agers, you think all you have to do is meditate and focus on love, and everything's going to be fine. But you're going to find out, right? So you have to get involved. You can't just pray and hunker down and trust that God's going to take care of you. You've heard my story many times where God sent people to, like the sheriffs came and knocked on the door, and the guy was like, "Oh, God will take care of me," and no, there's flood's coming, and then the boat came when they're on the first floor, second floor, and it's like, no, God will take care of me. And then a helicopter came when they're on the roof, and they're like, no, God will take care of me. And then they get to heaven, and it's like, well, God, I thought you were going to take care of me. So I sent like 3 times. I sent somebody to take care of you. So a lot of you guys in this group, you're involved. I'm not worried about that. No, I just did a show with Katie Bishop. She's a contactee and a walk-in, all kind of crazy stuff. She's got some incredible information. She talked about how this is a time frame where the earth will split. We've talked about this. I've had people that, well, I haven't had them on, but I've, and maybe I will. But there's this one gentleman that basically talked to Jesus, and he said, the earth is going to be destroyed. Right? So the floods are coming. Storms are coming. The sun spots are, launching plasma at us on a massive scale, and some of us will just go with the new earth, right? And but that's because we're involved, because we keep our consciousness on a high level, and we're watching for things that we need to do. Some people complain that I'm lucky because I can move around, and I went from Florida to here. Whatever, right? So wherever you're at, you can be safe to a certain extent. When you get the okay, it's time to go. Maybe it's time to go. And some of you are like, well, my jalopy won't even get down the street, so I'm just gonna go with the old Earth and reincarnate on some other star system, right? So whatever. So for those of you that are involved and you want to, you want to be in control of your life, and you know that there are forces out there that want you to be successful, and you tap into them, and that's where many of us are going to be going. So destruction of the Ukrainian army. It's ongoing. Ukrainian army, of course, like I said, is NATO. That's basically the Nazis, and they're being decimated, right? Decimate is from, I think, a Roman term. It was think Deci is like 100. So when you had the 100 come in, the 100 Roman legion, right, they were going to decimate you. So anyway, Ukrainian army is being decimated. And I've been saying this is going to happen. It's going to start to accelerate. It's going to move very fast. Now, this is very important, I think, going forward, because the destruction of the deep state, the reptilian, Draco, Anunnaki, and so forth, the negative ones. Of course, there's some positive ones out there, but the negative ones that are, very much in control still in some areas. In Ukraine, they're still in control. In NATO, they're still in control. But we know that they're running out of money. They're running out of material. And they're being decimated. And very quickly, very fast. It's picking up speed, like I predicted about a year and a half ago when Russia started its big push, its offensive, and probably coming up on 2 years now. When we go into the new year, it'll be around 2 years that I predicted that they would start, and it did in that time frame. So we're seeing that move very, very fast now. It used to take them weeks and months to take cities. Now they're taking them in very short period of time. The bigger cities used to take them a year or more. Now they're taking them in a month or two. So it's really accelerating. And this picture that I'm showing right here, this area right here is 34 square miles or kilometers. So 34 square kilometers. Massive move for one day, guys. Massive, massive move. So it's a disaster everywhere for Ukraine. Ukraine is basically the deep state. Zelensky has basically taken a lot of money that the United States taxpayers have given him, and he has mansions all over the world. Just recently, someone that was, I guess, money laundering all the money that was coming in. They were supposed to be making drones and so forth. The Ukrainians don't have a lot of drones because I guess these people are stealing the money instead of making the drones. And so this guy, I guess, multi-billionaire, of course, they were going to his house, but he got word and he left for Israel, right? Safe in Israel. How about that, right? Israel for last. So there was another one that was skimming, and I guess Zelensky and his team were going after them. Maybe they weren't getting their cut like they needed, like they felt they were supposed to. So they're like, go get those guys. They're not giving us our cut. And so they escaped. So the other one went to Turkey. So you got one in Israel, one went to Turkey, and I guess those areas are going to benefit from that, from those very rich people that come in there and whatever, right? So it's not going to Ukraine. So Ukraine is collapsing everywhere. The money's drying up. They want NATO and the United States. So the United States has basically frozen Russian assets, which is complete BS. That's basically it showed the rest of the world that you can be in our system, but if we don't agree with you, we'll seize your shit, right? So and Russia was like, G7 and part of the world and part of trading and all kind of stuff, and they decided that they were going to try and take Russia over like they did in the Soviet Union days, and Russia's like, screw you, we're not going to do that, and we're gonna destroy your Nazi army again. So that's what they're doing. I don't know. If they're going to let them exist in Europe. There is potential that Russia will not stop at the Polish border, right? So we'll see. Anyway, decimation of Ukrainian forces. It's happening, and here's another one. Military summary basically is letting us know that, like I said, these cities are being taken down very quickly. Ukraine pulls out of negotiations, and that's not going to work out so good for them. So like the pulling out negotiations, what they didn't have any negotiations. All it was like, we'll quit fighting you with our Nazi army, and you can have everything, right? So I guess Ukraine doesn't want to do that, and so Russia is going to keep coming. So here's a very good overview of this one city that's being absolutely Pokrovsk is being decimated, right?
Pokrovsk direction. During the previous 24 hours, the map has been updated significantly. So this is the situation by the end of the 13th of November. This is the situation by the end of the 12th of November. The Russians managed to turn into the gray zone up to 20-25% of the settlement of Mirnograd. This information was provided by neutral mappers, which means that the Russians are already in the city limits and are trying to force the Ukrainians and the Ukrainian army, or those who managed to survive, to move and to concentrate themselves somewhere along this area. And then Russians will start talks, will start negotiations. They will provide, of course, Ukraine.
So we've seen that there's been I think 25 Ukrainians. They're like on crutches and wheelchairs and stretchers. 25 basically surrendered. We haven't seen that number. It's not a very significant number because there's thousands of being Ukrainian soldiers being slaughtered, unfortunately. But we've not seen that kind of numbers for quite some time. Mariupol, some other places that Russia came in, and they knew that it was over for them. They didn't have any water, they didn't have any food, and they hadn't have any for a long time. So and so they dropped a bunch of leaflets on these guys, and they gave up. And then the place where they were, they blew it up with a over 6,000 pound bomb. They have some huge bombs now, and they're glide bombs, so they can go wherever they need them to go. They're controlled glide bombs. They drop from aircraft, with GPS tracking and so forth, and they just glide right into the target and blow it up. Wow, devastates like massive numbers of buildings when these fall. So they dropped the leaflets. You can stay, or you can I guess those guys decided to live, so good for them. And hopefully a lot more are surrendering. This is the way it was on the Western Front during the Nazis, and they sent everybody to the Russian front. The generals that got out of the line, they sent them to the Russian front. So Zelensky, he's probably going to get those guys that were working the money and send them to the front. Right? And so that's the way I guess they pay him. It just got ridiculous. They were sending retarded people to the front, and so, they're desperate. But they're definitely being decimated. There was also a couple of days ago, some of you may have seen it. It was on the news where it was like Mad Max, and it said Russians are like Mad Max. No, Russians were taking advantage of the situation. There was a lot of fog that came in, and so the drones can't fly enough. They can't see anything. They don't fly, right? I guess there's IR and stuff. I don't know, but maybe the Ukrainians don't have that capability. So anyway, the Russians were on motorcycles. They'd taken a bunch of cars and vehicles that were like, probably all decimated and blown up and stuff, and they reconfigured them so that they would run. So they're on these vehicles that look like Mad Max. So they're like going into Pokrovsk, and they're just came in and took over under the cover of fog. So they called it Mad Max. But they're very skilled fighters. Instead of walking into, they just found what they could and converted it and rode in like heroes. So that's the way I would have done it. So here's a little bit of more information. I'm going to show you some scenes here.
This opportunity and chance to surrender. I'm not sure whether the Ukrainians are going to accept this or not. They still believe that Ukrainians, Syrsky, will be able to break through Russian defense around in the area of Rodinska and to make a corridor for evacuation. But we see that this hope is getting to nowhere. Furthermore, we got during the previous 24 hours a very interesting and very important video published by pro-Russian sources. In this video, we can see a Russian drone that was flying above the main supply lines, the main tree lines, and the main infrastructural objects across the city of Pokrovsk. And here we can see.
So I don't know if you're catching, there's like tons of vehicles that have been destroyed. So let me take it back a little bit.
Previous 24 hours, a very interesting and very important video published by pro-Russian sources. In this video, we can see a Russian drone that was flying above the main supply lines, the main tree lines, and the main infrastructural objects across the city of Pokrovsk. And here we can see tens of vehicles of the armed forces of Ukraine that were destroyed as a result of entering the Pokrovsk kill zone. So all these vehicles were destroyed by Russians with FPV drones, with different drones when the Ukrainians were trying to bring additional reinforcements and reserves or probably to evacuate. So dozens of vehicles.
So dozens and dozens and dozens. So there's a British Land Rover that was decimated. And of course, there's German, American, you name it, country, NATO country, that's the French that have given, armored vehicles and so forth. They're all being destroyed, right? So there's really not anything left to a great extent. So moving very quickly through that, and it's going to be very interesting going forward. So the market. So the market was down pretty significantly today. Of course, silver reached an all-time high today, all-time. And it was like over $54. And then the market decided to go kerplunk. So if you see if I can drag this down, there we go. So right up in here is the 54.47 area, I think. So all-time high on silver. You see how it just like it built a nice little, okay, we like this area. And then it collapsed because the market collapsed. The market collapsed almost 800 points. Now, the one thing that I was watching this today, and I saw the NASDAQ filled a gap, the Dow Jones filled a gap, and I'm like, okay, it's going to go up. Well, first, let me go look at this S&P. Oh, no, the S&P had a huge gap, massive gap that had to be filled. And so it was. So as you guys can see here, this gap right here, super massive gap. Let's see, it was at 67.30 all the way up to 67.70. So 40 or no, it's like a lot more, over 100. So anyway, it gapped down and it just kept going down all day. And you guys see here, it finally hit that, it filled that gap, because you guys know what I talk about. I talk about this all the time. There's gaps. Gaps got to be filled. And so it came down, filled that gap. And tomorrow it'll probably be up, 1,000 points. I don't know. I'm just kidding. Maybe. So, or maybe it'll just collapse some more. Who knows? So I know that you crypto bros and gals are like, totally into, crypto. I saw like a special report where they were saying that crypto is now in a Dow theory bear market. So that could be just whatever. It could be just a pullback like we saw today. Crypto pulled back pretty significantly. Right now it's like 98.8. I don't know what it ultimately went down to. Let's look. So ultimately went down to 98 right on the dot. How about that? So, and then it bounced. So right now it's just in the process of trying to find where it wants to go, right? And it could be up, it could be down forever, right? I don't know. A lot of people are like, we'll get out of stocks and we'll go to crypto. It didn't look like that today. So I've been watching, like I said, I've been watching crypto. Crypto has been leading the stock market down. So now here, like I said, is silver. Silver was down over $1. Now, silver is in high demand right now. I saw a post recently, I think today, where some group, it didn't specify who it was, but some group purchased silver at the highest amount ever, right? So silver is becoming scarce in a lot of places. And scarcity means people are going to have to pay more for it. And so that's why you're seeing silver is not going to stop. Silver is going to probably, maybe by the end of the year, be like I predicted, around $75, maybe 85, 75, 85. A lot of people were saying 100. I think 150 by the middle of next year, easy, maybe sooner. Right, so that's 3x from where it is now. Now a lot of you guys are like, it's too high. It's already gone. It's already reached its peak. No, it's not, and it will go much, much, much higher as the stock market and crypto goes down. Pretty much, almost like bye-bye. Right, it's gonna go bye-bye. Right, but enjoy it while you can. And you might, like I said, you might get it. I think it's going to go higher. There's a lot of fear right now. They filled up a gap. Maybe it'll go higher now. So we'll see. Could be a bargain. Bargain and pawn shop, I was able to get 30 for each. What, silver? You sold silver $30? What are you talking about? It's like over 50. So anyway, silver to the moon, Miss Mindersu. Yes, Miss Mindersu, you're correct. Silver will go to the moon. In fact, I think silver is going to go to Jupiter. So remember that, what was that movie, something Jupiter, where that woman was like she was a maid and she was like a queen on Jupiter, but it was hidden. And she learned about it. There was like this special protector that came to keep her alive. Not Uranus, right? Not Uranus. No, Jupiter Rising. That's it, Wolf Mother. Good one. Good call. Good call. Jupiter Rising. Great movie. If you've never seen it, they got the bees in there. It's like, wow. The bees know that she's like a beautiful Jupiter mother, right? So very, very good. Jupiter Ascending. No, Jupiter Rising was a movie. Jupiter Rising. Yep. Ascending and rising, kind of the same thing. So close, not quite a cigar, but we'll give you a cigarette, all right? I don't smoke, so you'll have to get it somewhere else. So anyway, the cold is coming, and the solar storms are going to make it a lot worse, right? So let's look at David Dubine. He has a nice little show, and he talks about it.
Now, you could be having a bad day, but in perspective, I think not so much. But the planet being...
Yeah, that's really a bad day. But really, you know what? We're going to find out that we've had a few bad days with all this solar activity, guys, because all that energy just went into the earth, and it's going to cause some problems.
Smashed by CMEs, auroras all the way down to Florida. There's been record cold down to Florida, but you're not hearing about it. They want you to look at the pretty colors in the auroras, which I'll bring you tomorrow's video. Incredibly beautiful, but starting at the record polar vortex swinging down. Lock that in for you. Right around 15,000 feet, it was 40 Celsius below zero, which is a negative 40, which caused those ground temperatures to, well, get chilly. And what's interesting is as it moved offshore, creating this pattern of ice crystal clouds, which you normally see along the North Pole boundary. But hey, with the Earth's magnetic field collapsing.
North Pole, yep. The Earth's magnetic field is collapsing because we're getting hammered by these solar storms. So not so good. Not so good stuff. All right. So we're going to continue to see a lot of this weather craziness. And let's look at the next weather craziness that's coming. Massive amounts of water. It never rains in California, but when it does, it pours, and that's what we're going to see, and we're already starting to see that right now. So it's not looking so good for Cali.
Back to Earth and talk about some upcoming weather. Our top story is going to be this big time storm that's hitting California, Oregon, the Pacific Northwest. We've got a really strong low pressure system here, very visible on satellite, slamming moisture into California, Sacramento, San Francisco area right now. And this is going to cause some big problems with flooding and winds and landslides. We're already seeing reports coming in about landslides, and this is going to go on for quite some time here in Central California. And slowly but surely, some of the effects are going to slide down into Southern California as well. I mean, the West Coast is just going to get battered by this atmospheric river over the next couple of days. But once again, it does look like over time, the low pressure system is going to weaken and kind of stall out as it goes down to the south and east, but it's still going to chug a bunch of Pacific moisture into the Los Angeles area. And it looks like it's going to be a lot of moisture. I'm expecting.
All right. So Ryan Hall, y'all, he brings it. So it's very good information. Now, we've had a lot of dry stuff, like I talked about earlier, in California, burning the place down. And what's that going to do when a lot of rain hits it? We're going to get the equivalent of months and months of rain in a couple of days.
Widespread flooding, down trees, especially in more central and northern parts of California with the down trees. But even in Southern California, flooding is on the way. Get ready for it. Just look at the amount of rain that we could see over the next 1 to 5 days. These are crazy numbers for California, especially around Los Angeles down here. Some places will see much more than 4 inches of rain in a short period of time. This will lead to flooding. And of course, this is going to be a problem in those burn scars. But even outside of that, this could be a problem just for general areas around Los Angeles, Santa Barbara.
Yeah, that's going out to the deserts. So the deserts like it. I've been in the deserts when there's been heavy downpours. When I was a SEAL, we used to train out in Nyland, California. We had our own little compound out there, and boy, when it rained hard, it was like rivers. One of the vans are out, tipped over into one of the canals there because they got hit by a tsunami, right? And the guys were fortunately able to get out, but the van was lost. And so that's going to be some cray-cray out there in those deserts. Of course, they'll flower. It'll be beautiful. Maybe not during the winter, but when it comes around flowering time, it's going to be spectacular in the desert. But we're seeing. I predicted we're going to have wave upon wave upon wave for months of weather come hitting us into California, going over into Colorado, the Rockies. So the Sierras, the Rockies are going to get rocked with snow, massive amounts of it. And then, of course, the low-lying areas, the valleys and so forth, will get a lot of this stuff. And, if they were smart, what they would do is, reservoir this stuff up, California, just let it run out to sea. And then, the farmers don't get any water. It's like, what group, put these crazy people in, well, we know who it is, the Anunnaki and the reptilian. So, of course, I look at Gavin Newsom, looks like a vampire to me, but I guess somebody in the reptilian line, owns his DNA. I don't know. That's the only thing I can figure out. So, I mean, look at this weather. Unbelievable. All the way out into Phoenix. The high mountains are going to get this. So you'll see high mountain snow all the way out into, of course, Colorado, Nevada, into New Mexico, and Arizona, Utah, of course. So all these mountains are going to get massive amounts of snow, right? It's going to be, you think he's a reptile? Wolf Mother, I agree. I think he's a reptile. But a lot of people like him because he's a shape-shifting reptile. And I think occasionally some people catch a real glimpse of him. You know that in certain frequency vibrations in higher vibrational fields, you can see these people. I've seen some of these people. They're not pretty. All right. So yeah, Newsom is very, very disturbing when you really start to see him. I call him a vampire, but he looks like some kind of snake man when you see the real vibrational frequency. So
Santa Maria, and then of course up there into the Central Valley, up towards Redding, and a lot of this is going to actually fall as snow in the higher elevations, which is why we've had to pull out the snow map here, and you can see that it looks like about 2 feet of snow is going to be possible at the highest elevations of the Sierra down here. So get ready for this storm. It's going to be relentless for the next couple of days, especially in southern portions of California, and it does look like it's going to come along with some flooding. Even all the way out there on the day 3 WPC excessive rainfall outlook, we are highlighting the Los Angeles area and the Death Valley National Park for significant flooding. This will likely be upgraded to a moderate risk before all is said and done. So that's
significant flooding with a moderate risk, and who knows, maybe it will become high risk further on. I think it will. All right, so just be aware, it's happening. Now, global alert. General Flynn warns America's enemies are preparing to launch thousands of terror attacks designed to collapse the United States in the next 90 days. So he was on Alex Jones' show. I don't know where he's getting the information from. I guess he's still tapped in, although I guess he wasn't tapped in when the guys from FBI came and took him down. So, but he seems to be tapped in here. Right? Because I've been warning about this for like quite some time. So deep state dangerously close to derailing Trump agenda. So thousands of terror attacks designed to collapse the United States in the next 90 days. So the former head of the defense agency warns that America's survival literally hangs in the balance. And if massive deep state indictments don't happen soon, their plan to destroy America will succeed. And of course, you know, we had Juan on last night. We're trying to get Tina Peters freed. Her son, Remington, former Navy SEAL, he's rolling over a grave. He's like, Mike, come on, please go rescue my mom. I'm like, I can't do that. Right? So not in this reality, but I'm trying in the other realities, guys. Sending prayers, sending the love frequency to help out Tina. Hopefully it helps. But these evil ones are very powerful, so that they have a little notch in their side. Now, I don't know why the Department of Justice is not contacting Pueblo correction facilities where Tina is located and transferring her into a federal facility where she'll get support and stuff that she needs, and maybe even a little bit of freedom, maybe even complete freedom. I don't know. I don't know why, guys. There's could be some more pressing stuff. Maybe there's a reptilian lineup that if they do that, then they'll come in and raid the DOJ and FBI headquarters. I don't know. So, but it seems very strange to me that the one person that really risked everything for Trump more than probably anyone else out there is being kept behind bars. And I think President Trump is failing here, right? President Trump and his team. So there's lots of, phone numbers to call. In my X, Juan did another show and they're saying DOJ and White House. There's more numbers because we called, the governor of Colorado. I guess that didn't work, right? So we blew his phone up, and I guess now we're going to blow up the DOJ and the White House. This is crazy. This is, if we can't release just one person, it's not looking so good. All right. So that's kind of where that is right now. All right. All right, guys. That's all I got for right now. So lots of rain and snow and so forth for the West Coast. And I guess a heat wave for the rest of, America after having a polar vortex come down. Now you're going to get a heat wave. and then you're going to get another polar vortex, and you're going to, I don't know about another heat wave, but it's going to be back and forth. Wonky weather with this sunspot activity that's really cranking at us. So just be heads up, going forward. Weather's going to get crazy, and earthquakes are going to get crazy, volcanoes, tsunamis. Oh my. So everything's coming, right? So be open-minded, be ready to roll, right? All right. And, have the stuff you need to, survive, have extra food and water, blah, blah, blah. We've been talking about that for like 5 years now, Mike. It hasn't happened yet. Well, some of us it has. So just be ready to roll. Like I did when I was in Florida with Hurricane Helene. I was like, what? This is completely unnatural. And I've been able to push these out for years, and something is different, right? So I loaded up the truck and moved out of there, right? And we survived. So be ready to roll in a moment's notice. You may have to leave some stuff behind, but I had all the gold and silver and all the other important stuff, and the weapons and bullets and all that stuff. So be ready to roll with that stuff. You don't want to leave that stuff behind unless you have to, if you have to at a moment's notice. If I have to, go on foot, I've got all the stuff I need to go on foot if I need to. Just leave everything. Go naked into the wilderness. I'll still survive, right? So be ready. Be ready. It's going to get. It's going to be a really crazy year because the reptilians are really pissed. They can be very nasty, right? And they're gonna do what they can to create problems for us. All right. Lots of love. Stay in love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. It looks like a lot of people are starting to catch on with the space weather that could have a massive impact on Earth. And we're going to talk a little bit more in detail about that. So very, very, I think it's going to be a biggie. All right. So we need to be aware of that. And we're going to talk about that. But first, I did a show with Sheila Home. Quite amazing show. And afterwards, we were talking a little bit, and we talked about how Donna Brazile had sent a email to Nancy Pelosi. So Donald Trump, and at the time, it wasn't J.D. Vance, it was the other guy that was like a huge failure for Trump. I'm not even going to mention his name because he who must not be named, right? The former vice president. Who's traitor, I think. So they were both in the White House, and Nancy Pelosi was going on a trip to the Middle East or something, and she had all her family and all her luggage was packed, and I guess there was kind of like the same thing was going on right now. There was a government shutdown, and President Trump was like, wait. Okay, cancel. Kind of like that. And so I guess what happened is they were going to shoot a Russian missile that they had gotten at the White House and blow the White House up. So Donna Brazile sent a email to Nancy Pelosi, which was intercepted. I guess when they thought that, she was supposed to be off, and saying, congratulations, Madam President. So, wow. There's a lot more that's going to be revealed, I think, in the future. So Donna Brazile, of course, I guess she has a squeeze, which is the former mayor. I don't know if it's the current mayor or the former mayor, female of the Washington, D.C. Is her squeeze, all right? Her significant other type. So, which doesn't mean anything to me. Love is love, whether you're loving same sex or whatever. So, but anyway, it kind of seems to matter to some people. But for me, it just goes to show that these people are full of lies and deceit. just like Obama's children, being from other parents that were donated to the Obama couple, who, of course, we know that Michelle is a transgender, Michael, and that's been, revealed. It's been revealed for a long time. Within a week or two after revealing that Michelle was a transgender. So, wow. These people, like I said, they're full of lies. Democrat Party, a lot of things are being exposed. President Trump blow him up in the White House with his vice president. And that was when Nancy Pelosi was the leader of the House. And the way it works, remember they did that one show where there was like, the presidency. So there's kind of, they show us a little bit, what's going to come. And then they reveal it. One of the things I saw just recently, I need to bring it up. I think I shared it on X. So let me see if I can get X up and share that. It is unbelievable. It's basically let me get it. So I don't want to screw it up. So I'll talk about it and I won't say it right. So hopefully I got it on X. I know I was sharing it everywhere else. So let's see. Is it there? Come on. Maybe I have it on Facebook. So it is basically a massive share where we're seeing that recent plane that went down just recently, FedEx plane tied to 9/11, all kinds of crazy stuff. Hopefully I got it. Oh my God. Maybe I should just move on. I'll just have it ready for next show, but it's stunning. It's a stunning reveal. I'm not seeing it in Facebook, so either. It's one of those things where, you think you share it to some places and then you find out later you shared it someplace else. Because I got so many different things going on. So, but is that it? Nope. Got it. So it's going to be very, very interesting to reveal this one, guys, because you're going to love it. All right, here we go.
Crash that just happened and 9/11, I didn't believe it until I fact checked it, and it is completely real. Listen to this. This is an image of Dick Cheney watching the September 11th attacks. He passed away November 4th. So he was the VP during 9/11. Now, on the FBI's website, they state that 2,976 people were unalived on September 11th. What at first could be a coincidence is that the UPS plane crash that just happened was flight 2976. But there's more. So on the same day that Dick Cheney passes away, November.
So, of course, I'm sharing this with you on 11/11. So, thank you to all your veterans out there. I know a lot of you guys have been saying thank you for my service, but my service has not stopped. All right. So I'm still serving. My life is still threatened. I feel in some cases that I am under or have been under more threat, sharing this stuff on, social media than I ever did when I was in the military or working in the CIA in combat zones. It's crazy. Right? So, yes, thank you so much, everyone that has, expressed your gratitude. So my gratitude goes back to you for, tuning in and staying informed.
November 4th, we have 2,976 people who passed away during 9/11. We have flight 2976 that.
All right. So 2,976 people, 2976. Wow. So it's like they script this narrative for us. It's like we're living in a movie. So, we've heard the thing a lot, and some people get really irritated when you say, enjoy the movie, get lots of popcorn, get your popcorn. It's not like it's being done by the good guys. It's being done by the bad guys, and it's constantly happening. All right. So, but calling it out and pointing it out is very, very important so that we understand their game. And when you diss them and like meme them and laugh at them, they hate that. So that's why you should do it a lot.
Just crashed. That alone could just be a coincidence. I know there's no such thing, but let's just put that out there. But here's where it gets crazy. The model of the plane is the McDonnell Douglas MD-11. That was the plane that crashed. That was retired from passenger service 11 years and 9 days before it just crashed on November 4th, 9/11. And as of today, 9 perished and 11 injured in the UPS cargo plane crash that just happened. And then here's the cherry on top. The night that that happened, Donald Trump tweets, "And so it begins," which is a famous quote from Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. So how much of our reality is scripted and planned? I bet you if you type this in, not that you should use ChatGPT, but if you did, hey chat, what's the odds between this, and that all happening and these connections between them? It's probably 1 in several trillion. It is extremely unlikely to be an accident. Now, this kind of reminds me of the kindergarten class that was being, told to say with certain words, to spell out certain words, that George Bush was sitting in the class and they got the kids to read out plane, steel, beam, tower. Do you remember that? And then he got the call that was famously, they got the picture of him. Oh shit, there was an attack. This just gives me, I don't know, man. Absolutely shocking. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more.
All right. It's an altered reality. We live it, right? We live in it on an altered and basically managed reality. So that's what we're in right now. And one of those altered and managed realities could be coming from the universe. So the universe, you're like, well, is it scripted from the universe? You got to start looking at everything like this now, guys. So it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. So we're about to get a shock wave that's going to hit the earth, and we need to be prepared for it.
There is a lot going on. There's a shock wave that's already interacted with the Earth following the large X-class solar flare that came right out of this sunspot and active region right here. Here's the sunspot that's been throwing a fit off and on for the last couple of weeks. When it was behind the sun, we saw evidence of what appeared to be a possible CME that came off the backside of the sun, moving at over 5 million miles per hour. That is nearly Carrington speed. The Carrington event of 1859 is the largest solar flare in CME ever recorded.
All right, so the largest coronal mass ejection ever recorded basically knocked out all of the telegraph wires. That was like their internet back then, right? So is this going to disrupt our satellites, internet, cell phone, TVs, you name it? There won't be any popcorn eating because all that stuff be gone, right? So it'll be back to like tiddlywinks and playing cards. So I don't know. You guys just be aware that we have some very powerful storms that are coming. We've talked about this for years. I've said more recently that I really, really, really feel that this stuff is coming. And it's getting very, very close. And here we are.
Looking at an event right here, you just saw a full halo. That right there you just saw that looked like snow is a proton storm that's currently got the Earth engulfed in charged particles. That storm is underway. We're about to enter a possible strong geomagnetic storm following 3 X-class solar flares that all sent CMEs flying through space headed towards the Earth. And here's a graph over here at the Parker Spiral. Let me show you what's going on. The yellow dot is the sun. The green dot is the Earth. The moving waves, the activity you see between the Earth and the sun, those are the CMEs. And you can see what's called a cannibal CME right in here. Let me show you where it's at. Here I put an arrow pointing right towards the cannibal CME.
The cannibal CME. Wow, that's quite a name. So these, as you guys can see, one burst out from the sun, And then another one burst out with much more power. So it's catching up to the first one, and they're sandwiching together, and they're going to hit at the same time. And then we had this coronal mass ejection, which is going to catch both of them and hit the Earth, all of them simultaneously. Oh, that's going to stir things up.
Basically, this is what's going on. The CME right here is moving much faster than the large CME in front of it. It's going to join with the larger CME. They're both going to impact the Earth at around the same time. When they do, like they did back in April of this year, it created a very long duration, strong G4 geomagnetic storm. Auroras were sent way down into the lower latitudes. That could happen again. You can see this big spike right here. That is a forecasted prediction of the plasma density associated with the cannibal CME situation. So we could see a large scale event here within the next 24 to 36 hours. The Ovation Prime. This is a graph right here that represents the Aurora Borealis and how far they could dip down into the southern latitudes. And don't be surprised if some of these auroras dip down into Kentucky, southern Missouri, quite possibly northern Arkansas, Texas, maybe even deeper than that. So a lot.
Maybe even deeper than that. So many of us may be seeing Aurora Borealis. I've been up into Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I saw them up there. Spectacular in the summertime, many years ago. I was doing a course up there, teaching tracking and intuitive skills and remote viewing and all that kind of crazy stuff. So it is possibly going to be seen by a good portion of America. Now, right now we have an iguana apocalypse that's happening in Florida. That's right. Iguana apocalypse, which is basically what that means is when it gets really cold, which is happening now in Florida, 30, 32 degree temperatures deep down into Florida right now. You have the iguanas, which hang out in the trees. They basically freeze, not completely freeze, but they can't move anymore because all their blood, because they're reptiles. And so their blood gets centralized and they can't move their muscles. So they collapse and they fall out of the trees. So iguana apocalypse, that's what they call it. Poor iguanas. That's right. Hell bent. So that's, they recover though. It warms up, the sun comes out and it warms them up and then they scurry around again. So, but it is kind of interesting. I've never seen it myself, but I've seen it talked about quite some time. All right, so crazy stuff happening. Crazy stuff. Mike said that there was going to be winter would come early this year, and it definitely is. All right, so lots of craziness out there, and the craziness is not going to stop anytime soon. All right, so this craziness, I think, is going to continue for the next couple of years. So the Carrington event of 1859 was the most intense geomagnetic storm recorded in history, caused by a massive solar flare and a coronal mass ejection from the sun. It resulted in spectacular auroras visible far beyond the polar regions and caused significant disruptions to telegraph systems on Earth. So expect, significant, disruptions going forward. Now, let's look at, what the experts say. Right. What do the experts say? Do solar flares or magnetic storms, space weather, cause earthquakes? All right. Can you predict earthquakes? No. Can animals predict earthquakes? Well, they didn't quite say no, but kind of said no. But of course, we know animals are very in tune and they scurry away or get crazy just before earthquakes. So watch your animals. Can megaquakes really happen like a magnitude 10 or larger? No. All right. You guys are like on thin ice there. All right. Can the ground open up during an earthquake? Yes. I didn't say yes, but shallow crevices can form during earthquakes. Will California eventually fall into the ocean? No. So there you go, guys. Don't worry. California will not fall into the Pacific, right? Although many psychics in the past have said yes, but the experts say no. So, all right. So don't worry. Don't worry. It's no problem. So the Great Midwest Earthquake of 1811. So here's the experts again. You can trust your government. Ask any Indian. They'll tell you can trust their government. 200 years ago, a series of powerful tremblers devastated what is now Missouri. Could it happen again? So they say no. It was a freak event. So the screams of their frightened inhabitants running to and fro, not knowing where to go or what to do, the cries of the fowls and beasts of every species, the cracking of trees falling, formed a scene truly horrible. So the Mississippi River actually reversed, caused lots of flooding. So each New Madrid earthquake had a magnitude of 7.5 or greater, maybe a 10, right? So the first one struck on January 23rd, and February 7th was the second. So they talk about, these big, disasters and so forth. And it said, but 8-year-old Godfrey Lesueur saw the ground rolling in waves like a great loaf of bread to the height of many feet, right? So thousands of fissures ripped open fields, like USGS said that, yeah, it could happen. But here we have accounts of thousands of fissures, ripped open fields, and geysers burst from the earth, spewing sand, water, and mud and coal high into the air. All right, so sand blows tell a dramatic story. So they said geologists once assumed that the 1811-12 disaster was a one-time event and little cause for concern for the people. So again, you can trust the government. Ask any Indian, right? So then 2 decades ago, so this was well over 100 years, almost 150, 60, 70, 80, whatever, 200 years ago. 200 years later, they say, expert Mortitia Tuttle and her colleagues began dissecting sand flows in the 5 states surrounding New Madrid. The sand blows were left by geysers when debris surged up through narrow dikes and landed in wide mounds. Sand blows tell a dramatic story of the widespread shaking of these large earthquakes. So they excavated potsherds, spear points, and corn kernels, and realized that many of the sand blows were more than 200 years old. Oh, so it wasn't just a one-time freak event. Some had archaeological sites on top of them with 2,000-year-old artifacts. There's no way the New Madrid earthquakes were a one-time freak event, Tuttle says. The Midwest had been slammed by violent earthquakes around AD 1450 and 900 and 2350 BC, and probably more often. So if the government says that you do not have to worry, then you need to worry, right? Pretty much, right? So are we heading towards some significant earthquake events? Pretty much. All right, so now Dutch Sense, a lot of you guys have been following Dutch Sense like I have for, I don't know, a long time, 10 years, maybe eight years at least. And he's very accurate, very skilled, but he doesn't have a degree, so they discount his information. Although his information has been very, very good. In fact, it's so good that they often, take his videos down, kind of like they used to do mine, right? Let's listen.
So these charged particles come in and scuff their feet across the magnetosphere and further all the way in towards the Earth's upper ionosphere. And as the charged particles scuff their feet across the Earth's atmosphere or ionosphere, you get northern lights, a buildup of charge. That builds up electric up in the upper ionosphere. It starts to glow, air glow. You get the northern lights and the southern lights. Now that electricity goes down into the ground ultimately. And the ground isn't just the ground, it's the core of the Earth in this case. So we're talking about a boat.
All right. So the electricity, right? The energy goes down into the ground, right? Very important point.
Energy coming in, and it gets dumped into the magnetosphere, which then takes it down into the core of the Earth. And within a couple days of the arrival of the solar storm, or even less, in the same day, when the solar storm arrives, when the charged particles arrive, we tend to see a new beat of the drum come up from down below the plates, down in the core of the Earth. And electroplasma in the core of the Earth, like lightning times a billion, a trillion. I don't really know. It's somewhere between a billion and a trillion, let's just say. And so we have lightning coming up from the core of the Earth, and it comes up to the underside of the plate, hammering in with a very low frequency. And that then gets us into, is there an earthquake?
All right. So all this energy that's coming at us is going to go into the Earth. It's already into the Earth. The Earth is already active. So it's like we have a fire going on in the Earth, and we're going to throw some serious nitroglycerin, it's like propane, gas, and coal, and so everything. We're dumping it all. We're dumping it all in there. And what do you think is going to happen? All right. So this is what we have coming.
Increase after solar storms. Yes. And we can see big earthquake activity. Now that gets into the other part of this. I was clicking on my homepage. I'm not going to do that now, but I saw there were warnings from other researchers saying that there's a potential of a megaquake taking place in Japan. Now, I'm not going to dispute that at all. Japan has been moving. It went up to 6.8 just a day and a half ago. We went to 6 yesterday. And so we're flirting between 6 and 6.8 already on the coast of Japan. Then down to the south, 5.1, 4.9, and up to the north, 4.9, 5.4. So it's two of the same sized earthquakes equidistantly spaced out across the plate boundary, which is not even evenly spaced. Let's go over to the USGS plate boundary map and show you what I'm talking about here. So other researchers warning for a megaquake to take place. When I hear megaquake, I hear 8+. Like, that's just what I think of when I think of megaquake. It's not a definitive term for anything. So just a very large earthquake is what's being called for by other researchers. And I would say we need to watch it. Additionally, I mean, I'm not going to dispute them.
Okay. So remember, the government agency, USGS, says that you cannot predict earthquakes, right? Especially big earthquakes. And there can never be a 10.0 or 10 earthquake, right? So we'll see.
On this, that when we get 6.8 level activity going in the last day, along here, you see the H-shaped plate boundary here. It goes up to the north, up to Kamchatka, and it goes down to the south, all the way down to Guam, where our earthquake struck yesterday. Kamchatka broke 2.5, 3 months ago with an 8.0 right up here at Kamchatka. So this whole region has been in flux for 3 months. And now we have this taking place off the coast of Japan, 90 miles away from where the megaquake struck back in 2011. 90 miles south of here, where the current earthquake swarm is, right here, is where the 9.0 struck back on March 11th of 2011. And in the days leading up to the March 11th, 2011 megaquake in Japan, there was X-class flare activity coming off the western limb of the sun, the right side of the sun, somewhat like what we're seeing now in 2025. Earth-facing X-class flare with large CME and shock wave that goes out. So what are we going to look for here? I'm going to look for the next step up. We're already at 6.8. So the next step up for us means up to a magnitude larger. That takes us up to near 7.8 level activity. And then we can further reduce our areas to watch by finding the halfway point between our current earthquakes. And this gets into earthquake forecasting. If you want to know how to do your own earthquake forecasting, the directions are already out there. And I even shared a video this week from a different channel that's not related at all. They're doing audio acoustic sound wave tests, but these are small particles of styrofoam in a container where they're testing in a Kunsttube audio waves. But this same phenomenon is happening across thousands of miles with a very low frequency. So a very low frequency, you get the weak portion of the wave spreads out at a great distance. So it doesn't just end at the end of a Kunsttube, for instance, in a laboratory. But here, we're spreading out across a distance from Taiwan up to Kamchatka and over to Alaska. Same way, we're going down to the south across the plate boundary, down towards Philippines. Let's go back over to the...
All right. So this is where Dutch gets into his forecasting, which has been extremely accurate in the past. Not perfect, but I would say he's in the 80, 90 percentile, right? So he's not necessarily intuitive, but he uses his own science that he's developed over time, which has worked extremely well. And then, of course, we have other experts that do have backgrounds in the science and give us information, like Stefan Burns. So one of the things that we have seen more recently, just over the last, several months, and then more recently, just a couple of days ago, is Kilauea volcano has been really becoming more and more and more active.
I say this as a geologist and volcanologist. What you are looking at are twin 1,100-foot or 335-meter-high lava fountains produced at the summit of Hawaii's Kilauea volcano on November 9th, 2025. These dual vents were located in the southwestern segment of its summit caldera and erupted a truly stunning amount of lava. During the 297 minutes it continuously erupted for, enough lava was erupted every 5.3 seconds to hypothetically fill a full Olympic-sized swimming pool.
All right. So every 5 seconds is filling an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Whatever. Right. So now imagine that magnified, I think, probably coming for a lot of these volcanoes around the world on a much more massive scale, right? So one of those that I've been predicting is going to go supernova is Campi Flegrei. So let's look at what's going on. So this could be it, guys. This new energy coming in could kick off Japan and could cook off Campi Flegrei.
Flegrei volcano update. Guys, I have been suspecting it, and now we have the confirmation. The new INGV weekly bulletin is out and the measurements are accelerating, guys. The supervolcano in Naples in Italy is showing signs of accelerated unrest. And what will that mean, guys? We've talked about the ground uplift quite a lot in my recent videos, and I urge you to watch my last video about the new study that tells us what the earthquakes are doing with the volcano and how they weaken the crust, not by just shaking. There's something else going on because there is a different type of earthquakes going on. And what we've heard now from the bulletin plays right into that and makes the whole thing a little bit more concerning. So that video is in the end screen, but let's get to what really has happened. The ground uplift at Campi Flegrei has accelerated more strongly than anticipated.
So this ground uplift has been going on for not quite a year, but it's been accelerating, and you're going to see she's going to give you a graph of that acceleration and how it's really lifting it so high that the port in Campi Flegrei is dry because the ground has lifted so much. So this has happened in a lot of other areas. When I was in Turkey, some of the old Roman cities, the ground uplifted, and they stopped being functional and people moved away, right? But they were once massive major cities. So will this just be an uplift, or will this be like the Naples explosion of energy coming out and ash and so forth? I think we're going to see an explosion, right? So the cap over Campo Flegrei, there's volcanic, one area that has a lot of magma under it is starting to crack from the pressure. So we're getting close to this thing blowing.
So they have corrected their data compared to the last bulletin, where the ground uplift was set to have raised from 1.5 centimeters a month to 2 centimeters a month. But now it is 2.5 centimeters a month. And you might think, well, what are you talking about? This is just a few millimeters in a hole of just a few inches. Guys, look at this. This is the Medusa station with the tide gauge that is measuring the unrest, and it's measuring the land rise. And you can see over the years how that has accelerated. We're approaching 1.60 meters. That's why the port of Pozzuoli is running dry. There's no water in there because the land is rising. This is significant. And guys, we had the unrest in May 2024, where the land rise had accelerated, and in February, March, where we had that seismic crisis at Campo Flegrei, non-stop earthquakes in the higher magnitude, 4.6.
All right, so that puppy's getting ready to blow. So if it gets a little bit more pressure and energy, which seems to be coming right now, and this might not be the only one. This could, invigorate it more, make some more vents pop open, a little bit of volcanic seepage or so forth. And then we're going to get more and more and more. This is not going to stop, right? We're moving into a period where you look back into history, these periods have come, and you have the poles that are going to wander. The poles are wandering like crazy right now. And who knows, maybe they're going to reach another point, another level. Now, if you look at Siberia over the last, several decades, they've actually had woolly mammoths. So the woolly mammoth during the last cataclysmic event 12,000 years ago, when the ice age ended, all right, so all through this ice age, you have all these massive woolly mammoths that make the African elephant look like a little child, right? They're massive. And so they're all over the place. They're in North America. We have woolly mammoths. We have Siberian tigers with those great big teeth, right? They end up hammered. Massive numbers of them, along with trees and everything, get slammed into canyons for miles. Oh, that's just normal. That's just normal, right? So the woolly mammoths in Siberia, they're starting to thaw over the last several decades and more, like 50, 60 years. This has been ongoing. They have thawed out. They've been frozen. They were flash frozen. They still had, they had these flowers. So Sheila and I talked about this, how my wife has been telling me this. There's a biblical passage where two men will walk in the field. At one point, one will be there and one will be completely gone, disappear, right? So this has also happened throughout time, where cultures and groups of people have just disappeared. Are those of us that are enlightened and raising our vibrational consciousness, are we going to soon disappear from this craziness? I think there's a possibility, guys. So anyway, so stay focused. Don't give up hope. Maybe we're just going to create a new earth. I've heard from a guy that I think it's called 44 Hours, where he died and came back, and Jesus talked to him, and he said that he's not going to, when there's destruction that's happening now on earth, he's not going to come and refurbish earth. He's going to create a new earth, right? So you need to be aware of that. Don't give up hope. I've seen a lot of chat where people says, I I just don't care anymore. It's like, okay, you're not going to come to the new earth. All right. So it's like, you're not going to be part of the team then. So we want everybody to get involved in this, guys. So stay focused. Don't lose hope. I think there's going to be some major positive events that are going to come in the future. So just stay with the program. Don't give up. Right. Look at that sky back there. Somebody told me that yesterday when I was outside doing the show, they went super fast forward and the sky was like changed. I got to go back and look at that. That must have been pretty cool. So now here is Stefan Burns. Stefan Burns is, I think, one of the leading, revealers of excellent information. So let's listen. So I posted this on my X account when it came out. I'm just like tapped into him, right? So within minutes after he released this, is 5 hours ago now, I was posting on my X account.
I'm Stefan Burns here. We just had a 5.1 X-class flare blast off from the sun just a few hours ago. Boom! Shakalaka. That is the 6th largest solar flare that we've had in this solar cycle 25. Months ago, I was talking about how this fall we would very likely see a second peak in solar activity. That confirms it. That launched a colossal coronal mass ejection towards Earth that is expected to hit us in less than 24 hours. The initial velocity estimate on this is about 1,850 kilometers per second. You do the math, Earth and the sun are 150 million kilometers apart. And well, what you get is about 22 hours for that transit time. Now, there are already 2 solar storms in front of this one that are about to hit us and expected about less than 12 hours. And the first one launched was the slowest. The second one was faster. This is the fastest. It's a perfect situation for a pancake where one solar storm catches up to the other, which then catches up to the other one after that. So that is the situation that we have right now. And likely we're going to get a triple sequence where we get the first one to come in, then we get a bigger shock to follow, and then this third shock should really send us into a pretty crazy geomagnetic.
All right. So I'm putting this, I don't know if you can see it. I'm going to stop the share so it will come out a little bit better. So Tammy Cooney said, be careful what you focus on. We create what we focus on. Observe, don't absorb. So excellent advice. Very good, Tammy. So, and a lot of people go crazy interpreting that and get a little funky with it. But really, that's what it is. You can look at your life. Whatever you have manifested in your life is what you have focused on. And you're like, well, I didn't want to focus on like losing all my money and being poor and so forth. Well, sounds like maybe you did, because I've been in those situations and I know when you're in that situation, it's a gift. It's a gift for you to observe, don't absorb, and learn from that experience, and then go to higher levels, right? So wherever you're at in life is a result of your focus, right? So keep that in mind as we share this information. There's a lot of very sketchy people out there that come in and make really crazy comments in chats and so forth. Don't get sucked into that, right? Just observe this. I put it out. Do you see me like, no, it's like, that's dumb. Like, why would I be like that? Right? So I've been in combat zones. All the guys that have that kind of attitude are dead, right? So everybody pretty much going to be in combat zones going forward. All right. So and I know some of you are hearing that and you're going, we're going to be combat. Yeah. So yeah, what you focus on, right? So observe, don't absorb, right? Now, what do you want to absorb? Beauty, peace, serenity, love from your fellow human beings, all right? From your animals, from your plants, all right? I have all that. I look at the sky back there and it's like, oh, this is so beautiful. I live in such a beautiful place. I'm going to eat amazing, beautiful meat soon. So thank you, cows that gave your life so that I may live. All right. So you have to observe and not absorb, guys. All right. So excellent advice from Tammy. I saw that just come across the chat. I was like, oh, you got to share that one. Good one. All right. Moving forward.
And as a result of that, we're likely to see G4 conditions. I would not be surprised if we get a G5 geomagnetic storm within the next 2 days. I think we're almost certainly guaranteed G.
Now the G5 is the one that basically is going to shut down a lot of stuff, right? So it comes in, it's energy. It's electrical energy, plasma, and so forth. It's going to come in and it's going to hit our electric grid system, satellites, cell phone towers, all that stuff's going to get wacky, right? I don't know. I don't think we're going to get a Carrington event where all of our, information is going to get fried. It could, but I don't think so. So I don't think it's that strong, but it's going to have an effect. There's going to be disruptions, absolutely going to be disruptions. How severe those are remains to be seen.
Preconditions, that's a strong geomagnetic storm. I'm putting the probability of G4 conditions at probably like 80%. And a G5 storm, I'd say it's probably about a 50% chance that we get a G5 storm, maybe even like 55, 60%. I think the combination of these solar storms 1, 2, and 3, with this new one being very fast and very strong, this being a very special event that just occurred on the sun, I think we're looking at almost certainly G4 conditions. Probably, I think the majority percentage is G5.
All right. So, yeah, it's just information. You do with it what you will. Don't get all funkified by it. It is, just information. It's information that could, help you if you're prepared for it. If you're not prepared for it, like for us, Tracy went out and got more, propane, got another propane tank. I have, battery powers. I can solar, energize them because this window behind me, the sun comes through there during the day and it is super intense. So I could battery power some of the things that, like the fridge or whatever needs to be, kept online. Although if we get the storms, which we're supposed to be getting starting Wednesday night into Thursday, a series of storms, which I said were going to come, then we'll probably get a lot of snow, right? So Tracy telling me there's no snow till Sunday now. We'll see, right? So there's like a warming trend, and then there's going to be a cooling trend, but there's going to be waves. Like I've been predicting, wave after wave after wave after wave after wave of storms are going to be coming across from the Pacific, coming across, and from here all the way into the Colorado mountains. We're going to see a lot of snow, right? So for skiers, it's great. I'm going to get my skis out this year. I'm going to get back into skiing. That's going to be great. Looking forward to it. So again, maybe the grid's down, but I'm going to be out skiing. Right? So just I got plenty of food, got plenty of stuff backed up. Got battery power, got kerosene heaters. Life is good, and got somebody to snuggle up with. So no problemos. All right, guys, stay in the love vibration. Just be heads up. The next few days when this energy starts to come in, it's going to start to come in tomorrow at some point, and then it'll increase over time. Probably be some direct disruptions, but then remember that energy goes into the ground and it creates this energetic lightning field under there, and lava gets all excited and it's got to go somewhere. So it might be coming to the surface. So just be heads up. And that could cause earthquake activity, which probably is going to happen. tsunamis, and all kind of crazy stuff. So some areas will be impacted more than others. And some of you are like, I don't care. It's not going to impact me. So when here in California, when all the food supplies are like, stopped because there's massive earthquakes and stuff doesn't move out of California and you don't get your food, yeah, it's going to impact you. So don't be a little caustic, nasty, right? Be loving to all those that are going to be affected. And maybe that loving energy that you put out, maybe some of that will come back to you. Maybe, right? What you focus on most is what you experience, right? So if you're a nasty little negative, then that's probably what you're going to get. You're going to be like, why, woe is me? Why does this happen? Well, those of us around you know why. So, and we try to tell you, but you don't want to believe, right? All right, guys, again, it is a matter of what you choose to focus on. So some of you are like, I choose there not to be a massive earthquake in California and a tsunami. I choose to believe that, and I focus on that. It's always a pleasure and an honor to have you on your Wealth Information. It's Veterans Day. It's perfect that we're going live together because you honor veterans so much. We all appreciate that. So thank you so much for your service and supporting and helping veterans.
It's such an honor and such an honor to be on with you on this day, 11/11. 11 means war. We could go into that too. Yeah, the Warriors Battlefield Strategy Devotional. And everybody said, why did you put the word strategy? That's not the right word. I said, well, Father gave it to me because if we don't know how to strategize with him, we're going to be in deep trouble. And so when he gives it to me, he gives it to me. And that's the way it is. So.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I've been using this. It's a fantastic book, and it gives me a lot of insights, and I appreciate what you've done with that.
Well, it's funny because it's all Hebrew. So when I did the new book and you told me about the Hebrew calendar problems, it has problems, but the Gregorian has so many problems. And he said, that's why I did that with you in the devotional. I'm like, well, what did I do in Hebrew in the devotional? And he had to remind me, we only did 1 through 7 more than 52 times, but we can't do a 13-month calendar of 4 weeks of 28. None of that works. So I'm working on combining and our good friend, I gave him stacks of information on all this to put it through his mind. It's just let him put it through his meat grinder and sift it all out and see what happens. But what I gave to him is because I'm not trying to choose, but I don't want to be on a calendar with names of gods and goddesses for the months and the days of the week. I don't want to be living there because that keeps us stuck where we are. It's just like that 1607. I've been going over the 1607 covenant because people think that's better than the Pilgrims, but the Pilgrims knew we had to get away from England. And Americans never knew we were never away from England the whole time until President Trump in 2017, which he reconfirmed in September when he went there. So if we don't understand how to come out of the mess and help each other come out of the mess, and unity is what you focus on all the time, we don't have a prayer because this evil has been so organized and they keep thinking that it's just a few of the past presidents. So we can get into that today if you want to, because nobody realizes 41 wasn't able to be a candidate. 42 is questionable about his father. Was he able to be a candidate for president? 43, son of 41, wasn't qualified. Jeb Brand, too, he wouldn't have been qualified. So it's not just Obama. The takeover of America, this evil, guys, it goes all the way back to the very beginning of the world. It goes all the way back to the garden. And we haven't had, people go, why didn't this get cleaned up before? When did we have this level of communication, this level of technology, this level of, and yes, the Aztecs and Mayans had some kind of computer process. I get it. I hear that all the time, but they didn't have the communication process. They didn't have the ability to get together with each other like we are and fighting through this. I mean, what you've been through, taken off of this platform, taken off of that platform, deplatformed here and there. It's just, and it's like a whack-a-mole game that we've been living in. So I'm so excited each time we come on together, and the feedback on these interviews is just so powerful, Michael, because, and I'm so excited that book is a blessing to you.
Really is. Yeah.
General Flynn, it was Nation Restoration. He wanted the second edition. I'm going to try and get it out this year, but I don't know if I can get it done by the end of the year, but I'm working on that. But it is such an honor to me that someone like you, who's fought this hard for our country, gets that much out of that warrior's battlefield, because we are on the battlefield and acting like we're not. That's where we are.
Yeah, what I like about it is, you know, there's something new every day that you read, and then you write down your insights and what you've gained and so forth, and it's an ongoing process. So you start to look deeper inside yourself, that in ways that, you know, I thought I was already, you know, well informed as far as like my internal workings, but this has really opened me up in a lot of different ways. So yeah, I definitely appreciate it. So we have Mamdani that's taken over New York, or will, I guess, January 1st, maybe. I don't know. There's seems to be a big movement to, you know, restrict him from actually getting there. You talk about, you know, people that, you know, past presidents that really probably shouldn't have been there. They didn't fit the bill. Mamdani seems to be in that same category, but still we see these people continually getting these positions of power. And it's definitely crazy, because we have a communist, basically, Islamist communist, that's going to be in the nation's capitalist capital. So I don't understand, you know, how this has come about. It's really disconcerting.
There's a really good chance he isn't even an American. It's just a really good chance that he's not even American, because what they're saying now is he's absolutely not. I haven't seen the documents, so have you seen anything on the documentation for him? But it sounds like he has no he has no rights to even be here. He isn't even legally in this country. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. President Trump's been very, very specific about it, saying that we don't have to worry, that it'll be taken care of, because the law is the law.
Yeah. Seems like there's a lot of different laws that may be stacking up against them. Communist law of 1954. So you can't run in a communist position. I think that would probably take out most of the Democrat Party, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it. So there's a strong chance that you know, he'll get in there and everything will fall apart. Does New York have to suffer that? I'd hate for it to happen, but you know, they're the ones that basically stood up and voted for him, on more than 50% of the population. So it may be a learning curve that they're going to have to go through to wake up. What are your thoughts?
Well, after President Trump just did the executive order, they didn't do everything lawfully in their elections. And this isn't even an election year. But did you see all the states that had elections this year? But it's so amazing that the executive order just came out and nobody watched what was happening. And now I've asked people and they go, we don't vote this year? Oh, no, it's every other year. And they call it a midterm, but Congress used to only have 2 years to be in. And all the Congress reps had 2 years.
Yeah.
And the senators were selected by the Congress reps for the two best ones to represent the state. And now the entire House and Senate have become global people, traveling all over the world on our dime, making all these negotiations all over the world, which isn't even their job. And when it was two of the Congress reps that went to the Senate, you could pull them and replace them with somebody else if they didn't represent your state well. So all of this was changed by Woodrow Wilson, and they're on a 6-year term, and House is on a 4-year term. That was never how it was set up. Never how it was set up. I'm already getting questions about, why are you saying these people didn't qualify for president? I said, you can't correct the voter registration for the elections if you don't correct the voter registration qualifications. You can't just accept someone's money and put them on the ballot. And that's all they've been doing. It's accepting their money, accepting their application, and putting them on the ballot. And it's a funny thing about president, because you can, if you're a legal American, you can be in any of these other positions, but you cannot become a president unless your parents were American born Americans still Americans, not changing their residency, not having dual residence, which we're dealing with, gonna have to deal with all of that too. That has to be. There's a funny story, and it's a true story. Professor said, asked if people, wanted to run for president and blah blah blah, because the thing you need to remember is you have to be natural born. And a woman was in tears in a classroom, and the professor asked her what the problem was. And she goes, I was born cesarean, so I wasn't natural born. You mean I can't run for president? And I thought, oh my God, but if voter registration doesn't even understand who'd put on the ballot, look at where we are. And they're the ones that are supposed to know, and they're supposed to make sure people are qualified. But seriously, I've seen it in California. This happened for a long time. I mean, there was some strange people. I keep pictures of all the candidates for president ever since Trump got involved, because it's all over the map on people trying to challenge him. And several of them are not qualified. Jeb Bush wasn't qualified. Ted Cruz wasn't qualified. Ted Cruz's dad helped Castro become Castro in Cuba, and then after he did that, he went to Canada, and then his wife was from America, but she let go of her American citizenship to become a Canadian to marry him and live in Canada, and then they had Ted. So Ted is Canadian born himself. We just have not been on top of the ball. Just
Yep.
have not been on, but we trusted people. We trusted a lot of people. And that's something we might want to think about getting into today, is about the Bureau of Investigation, because none of these bureaus are legal either. None of them are per our Constitution. These were all set up by international people who came into America and set all this up. So it's not just that it's evil, it's a system that the Pilgrims got away from because they watched them groom the children. And that's why that devotional became so critical. I didn't understand. It came out like days before the 15-day lockdown back in 2020. And what God said is, you got to show my people, because the children were groomed in the church and in the school, set up in the same structure with evil intent in the background of how these were all set up and all these different religions and everything. So if we don't bring people to the truth in actually who they are and whose they are, then we're not going to be able to get through this, because these evil people have done the same stuff all over the world to all the different nations. It's just, we were a much bigger nation. We've been harder for them to deal with. But since we've been a corporation, we've been the world order in America out of Charleston, South Carolina, since the same 1871, by all these people who set all of this craziness of all these societies up. It just, the flow of this was so steady and so pervasive. How are you going to get ahead of it? And this is the first time in all of history, that we're facing all of these things. And this Bureau of Investigation was set up with special agents by Napoleon's great nephew, Charles Joseph Bonaparte. And when he did that, he was only there for a little bit, setting up the special agents. And then J. Edgar Hoover comes in, who doesn't have any background in America. His dad is Germany. His mom is Switzerland. There's no history on this family, none whatsoever. He comes in, and at the age of 26, this guy comes in and becomes a director. And he's the director for 48 more years after being assistant to the director of the Bureau of Investigation for 3 years. So 51 years he's running our country. So investigating Americans. There isn't any history on investigating illegals. And I prove that in Nation Restoration. And that's why I mentioned that might be of interest today too, because they wouldn't arrest the illegals. But boy, if you use a citizen social security number and you happen to be a legal American, you're in jail that night. It's automatic jail time for a legal American. But the illegals still aren't being arrested. But that's the whole setup. J6, same thing. Didn't arrest the people who caused it, arrested the people who were just there, who had to try and deal with it. But they were legal Americans, and a good number of them strong military. So I'm just so honored to be on with you today on this day of honoring military, because we sent them all over the world to protect everybody, and they came home and their families were in jeopardy. Their children in CPS. I mean, just the things that have happened to our soldiers' families. It's I want to say some of it's unforgivable. I know we're supposed to forgive everything, but some of this is really horrific what
Yeah.
they've done.
So, I mean, you talked about, presidents that were not legitimate. So I've had people on my show that gave really good insights, and that George H.W. Bush was born in Germany to a German parents, and then the Bush family basically, adopted him or took him in. So there's,
Okay, I can correct that. Are you ready?
yeah, oh yeah,
Prescott Bush, and it's in this point 35 on the FBI, because Prescott Bush was his SS name in Germany. His name was George H.W. Scherf Sr.
that's it.
He was an assistant to Tesla, and Tesla called him like an idiot of an illegal immigrant. He knew then,
Curious George.
but
Mhm.
yeah, and Curious George, the son, was George H.W. Scherf Jr., and he was in the Navy at 16 in Germany before he came to America.
Wow.
And Kenny Bunkport wasn't a family compound. It was an infiltration center of Germans coming into America. That's all of Operation Paperclip came in through there. They only served German food. All of this is documented with photographs and everything. And I summarized a lot of it in this particular point 35. I think it's chapter 18 in the new book. But I've been talking about this family since book 4, because I said, Father, I'm not getting how the Germans came in and did all of this. And he said, well, it's all in print. And I'm like, well, where is it? And he said, Idaho Observer. And so I look up Idaho Observer, and he goes, go to archives. So I went there, and then he said 2007. So I went there, and then he said, go to April. And there's a whole series of articles, and I put it all together in a PDF. And all that information is in the reference center of the new reference section of the new book. And then in the chapter, I give you the picture of Prescott Bush, because he was also in our Senate. And when he was realized by Eisenhower to John F. Kennedy, and I'm sorry if I've never mentioned this before, but that George H.W. Scherf Sr., Prescott Bush, used that name to be in our government. And so they had sanctioned all of his industrial money that they made. They made all this money by shipping all of the patents and et cetera of Tesla over to Germany. And that was mainly what he did. And then he left the country for 4 days. And then his son with Bormann, and everybody heard about Bormann from Germany. The two of them are the two that are supposedly responsible for Tesla not being here anymore. And then everything got turned over to a very interesting man, John Trump, who was, I think, at MIT, famous professor, I believe, at MIT. And so he got the Tesla technology that didn't get sold to Germany.
Right.
But Prescott Bush met with President Kennedy and AG Robert Kennedy in September of 1963. And he had to sign a document. They wanted him to sign a document saying none of this family will ever be in our government again. So he signed that document. And then in November, the head of the team in Dallas, Texas, was supposedly George H.W. Scherf Jr., again, not adopted. And I think I sent the family picture.
So he
family
wasn't
picture,
adopted. He was actually part of the family, but the family name was changed. I got it.
the family name. In fact, they used both names. So they used Scherf with 1 F and with 2. So that's why in all the articles, it's SCHERF parentheses F parentheses, because they operated under both names. But everything they did was in Germany. But on page 336, I don't know if you want to pull up your Kindle, there's a picture of Prescott Bush. And then if you look at the very next page, there's a picture of George H.W. Scherf Jr., son of Senior, who went by Prescott Bush. But only in America did they go by Bush. Only in America. And so, but that was the SS name when George H.W. Scherf Sr. Was in the SS with Hitler during World War II.
So are you talking about an eternal plan, or which book are you talking about?
In an eternal plan, page 36 has Prescott Bush,
Oh, page
and then
36. Okay.
336, And then 337 has his son, George H.W. Sheriff Jr., who was our 41st president. And then Father had me put in his whole background. So if he wasn't supposed to serve in our government, he served in our government all the way through. And then when I get to the Hoover part of that FBI section, did you know that Hoover, only person he debriefed on November 23, 1963, the day after Kennedy was shot, the only guy he debriefed on that day was George H.W. Sheriff Jr. They look a lot more similar to each other when they're at those kind of the same ages.
Right. Yep.
George H.W. Sheriff is a little younger than where his dad was, but that's his dad.
Hmm.
And they were both born in Germany. Barbara was born in Germany.
Wow.
German parents, the whole lineage is at
Unbelievable.
the
So they had no right to be in the presidency. That's incredible.
No.
Wow.
No, and there's no documentation about them.
Oh my
There's
God.
no documentation
This
about Hoover.
This is an
There's
amazing
no
reveal. Look at that. Oh my God. Wow. So
You see how similar they
you know,
look?
I've seen other stuff on this, but this is far more insightful. Wow. Incredible.
I've never shared these together like this. I never shared the George H.W. Sheriff. I did put Prescott Bush, I think, in book 5. It was book 4, I'm pretty sure, that I first had the picture of them with Otto Skorzeny is the article in the Idaho Observer. Otto Skorzeny was the right-hand guy to Hitler during all of World War II. And Otto Skorzeny had a shoebox of photos.
Right.
And he had just shared them with a guy that wanted to marry his daughter because he said, look, you know, I don't want any problems and I don't want you to have any problems and I don't want to have a problem with you. So I'm going to give you this whole history. And if you still want to marry my daughter, then we can have that conversation. And so he brought out this shoebox, and in the shoebox is one family photo. And Otto Skorzeny's in the back with Joseph Mengele and other people in the back. And then Borman is with George H.W. Sheriff Sr.'s mother on the piano bench with Borman. And Borman's in his Navy uniform. This is all taken in Germany in the 30s, 38, I think. And then George H.W. Sheriff Jr., he's sitting in his Navy uniform. Okay. And then in front to the side is this guy that went by Prescott Bush in America, sitting with his wife, the father and mother of George H.W. Jr. And has everybody identified by name.
In the book?
That picture is in the book too. Let me see if I can find where that picture is. It should be near here.
Let's see.
It moves on to other. Let me click. Oh, I don't want to do that. Let me send you. I'm so glad because see, we can talk about these things, Michael. There's so many people that I don't know if we should go into this, but the truth is the truth. You can't change the truth.
I think I may have seen this photo. Someone else shared it with me.
I'm gonna click share screen right now. Now pray for me because I don't think I've ever done this before. Okay, so share screen, and then I can go to my desktop. Maybe. How do I do this? Okay, so it says phone or iPad, iPhone or iPad. That's not me. So how do I do this? I have to find it. Okay, let me make this smaller. Okay, and then I'm going to go into, and then what I have to do is put it on my desktop and then pull it in to share it, right?
Right.
Okay. Because it's so exciting because you can see them in Germany in a room, all sitting together. Okay, I'm going to. But the color one, now the color one has the names, but the brown scale is the one they're going to see in the article. Oh.
So that would be interesting if they,
that would be interesting.
you got a little background noise, so I'll just wait.
If okay, if it what?
So that would be interesting if if this is proven, which in my opinion, it's proven, then all of their administrations, everything they did can be removed. Bills they signed,
Yes.
just kind of like what happened with Biden. So we know that Obama was basically controlling his administration. So the auto pen stuff, all of that stuff, in my opinion, I think they're moving in that direction, can be basically removed.
Yes. And all of these things that they did without taking an oath,
Yeah.
that's what people don't realize yet. Did you know that all the people, and that's judges? Did you know all the judges that did all this? The J6 judges, the DC judges, the federal judges, did you know they're not taking oaths either? Todd Callender filed that case April 18 of 23. So I'm really excited as to what lays before us because they think they all got away with it. But that's why it's so exciting when the president said, we've got it all and we caught them all.
Yeah.
And all these cases are sitting there. And if you don't take the oath, you can't make a law. You can't take any money. You can't take a salary. You can't sit in a position. You can't make any decisions. You can't be on any committees. You didn't take the oath to the Constitution. That's what they don't understand. They didn't take the oath because they didn't want to get caught. Now, how do okay, now I'm back to share. Okay, so when I share.
Hit share, and there's a little button down at the bottom that says share. And
yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, it says you started screen sharing.
Okay.
There we go. So just bring something up on your screen that you want to bring up. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, so I'm bringing up, I have two pictures.
Nice.
Is it coming up?
Not yet.
Okay, so let me come over here and expand this. And if I could do half of what you can do on this stuff.
Like me, you got a ton of information on there, but
well, this is one of the pictures. I'm trying to open up one of the pictures into the screen, but I'm not even seeing me on the screen.
If it opens on your desktop, it should.
Okay, so stop. This is what I'm trying to open. Okay.
I see you're clicking on it, but it's not. It doesn't seem to be opening on the desktop. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to click new share and see what that does.
So this is amazing. So all of what you're talking about is available. The public can actually look at this. So who at that point pushes this forward into like revealing that these people were illegally in positions of power, and that's the because once you start that process, then it's going to be a domino effect, and there's going to be lots of people that are going to fall out. So you're looking at, like you're talking about, treason charges and so forth. Looks like we lost Sheila, so she'll be back. But you're looking at treason charges for a lot of these people, and that's treason. That's long prison sentences probably, and or execution, depending on severity or what they did. Now, I would think that if you knowingly came into the position of the presidency, knowing that you should not be serving in that position, and you promulgated laws and you started wars, which both of those presidents, both of the Bushes started wars and so forth. That's probably executable offenses there. So you're going to, of course, Bush Senior's gone, but the record could be, we could push the record that he, caused incredible harm to our country, instead of being some kind of, maybe now, I don't think a lot of people think he's a great president. I don't. But some people may still believe that he was a great president. But, going forward, I think we could, for the record, start to remove them out of those positions of, dignity, and put them in positions of way less than dignified positions of having served. Because now we're looking, oh, there you go, you got it. There you go, you got it. Yay, good job, Sheila. So you see Joseph Mengele right there. And there's George Scherff, Sr. and Jr. Otto Skorzeny, Morton Bormann. So wow, you got the top people of the Nazi organization, and they're hanging out with them like family. Unbelievable. So yeah, that's the problem with these people. So here you go, guys. We're basically, proving that these guys are, extremely corrupt. And where do we go from here? Do we, like I said, hold them accountable on treason charges? What do we do? I'd say we just basically, try them. So I stopped you share. Hopefully we can get you back in the picture and talking again. So yeah, there's your book. Your books are basically revealing this. God gives you insights, sends you on these great information hunts, and you get all this great information. You've had tons of this information in the books. Going through the books, you're like stunned with all the information is there. But with you talking about this information, Sheila, it really brings it to life and a greater understanding. Just how corrupt a lot of these figures are. Like you said, you're revealing that all of these people, most of these people in the last several years, over the last several decades, should not have even been in those positions of power. And we've seen some very corrupt things happen, during there we go.
I just got it fixed.
Okay, keep back on there.
I'm on with this brilliant producer that keeps me up to date. I guess I can't screen share. I tried, but
Oh, you did actually.
Isn't this amazing? And all the articles are in there.
You had the pictures of and while you were kind of out, I brought it up and I brought it into view. So yeah, all those Nazi figures, and then the Bush Senior, Junior there, with all those Nazi figures, Bormann and.
But they never lived as Bush.
Yeah.
That's just what the name they gave us. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why to them, the infiltration of all of these people, this is what they always do. They moved the Native Americans off the East Coast and then brought in all of their people. And then gave them things all across our country and brought in more people. It's only our relatives that had to sign in at Ellis Island and come from a town and have all of our criminal record completely cleared. And if we had any debt, it had to be cleared. All of our stuff had to be documented. To this day, they want us to document. And that's another fun thing today, because did you know that Newsom, they're just saying he's in trouble? It was back in 2018 when we did those real IDs. And did you know that the DMV director in California allowed all of the illegals to get the same watermark real ID? And Americans are spending all this money bringing in copies of birth certificates, certified marriage certificates. If you got a divorce, you had to bring in a certified copy of that. If you got married again, you had to bring that. You had to, if you went to a maiden name or any other name, you had to bring the legal documentation for that. Did all of this stuff.
Mm.
And they said after 38 years, it's a shame that the real ID confusion in the department caused her to step down and resign. They didn't even, but here's the other side of it. They've never cleaned it up. All these people still look like they have real ID to be in America. And they do that for illegals. They would never allow that for illegal American. And that's why this chapter, I just thought it'd be fun today because it relates to all of this. It relates to what we just went through in the election. It relates to these illegal people. And that picture is one of the pictures from the shoebox that Otto Skorzeny provided to him. And the guy's an investigative reporter, and he gave him all the lineage. You'll see all the lineage of the Walkers, of the Pierce family, the Walker family, the Scherf family. You'll see all of these and how they're all tied in together. He did all of that, and I put all these articles together in one PDF and then provided all the documentation in the reference section.
Wow. Now you talk about how the Indians were, moved off the East Coast. Andrew Jackson, although he was great, he went against the bankers. I think it was Andrew Jackson that they tried to impeach.
McKinley Jackson, I don't know if they tried to do Jackson because he did their bidding. I don't know. I'd have to look that up. They said McKinley
but it appears, war hero, New Orleans war hero, kept the British out of New Orleans, and then eventually, he's elected to office, and he stopped the banksters from coming in and starting with the Federal Reserve. Would eventually, get under Wilson. That's everything other than him forcing, the Trail of Tears, the Cherokee Indians and all the rest of the Indian, pushing them out of lands that they had been in, obviously, for generations, but before the Americans even came, the Pilgrims came, and they were integrated into society. They were great, intermarried and all kind of crazy stuff. And then he forced them out. It's crazy.
Well, they had to do that because they knew the truth. And if you think back in those 1800s, because I shared some pictures, I think it's back up in the family situation about compulsory school up in the earlier points, which are the older points, the 41 to that kind of stuff. The school bus was led by a horse in 1912. The roads in California were built out of lumber and braced out of lumber. The coastal road in California was all lumber in 1912. So when you think about how did these people get around, it would take days. I mean, it took 5 days for my great-great-grandfather to use a buggy and get my great-great-grandmother over to Iowa to see relatives from Nebraska.
Jeez.
And people don't realize that and how this would happen. So the reason why, to get him on that was his third goal. But it's so awesome what you were saying, because that's how he did it. That's why I think Trump is honoring him. You do the tariffs, and then that straightens these things out. So he balanced the economy, did the tariffs, and then his third goal was
one
to
of
get
the
all the Native Americans.
Only presidents in history that had a balanced budget, actually had a surplus. Yeah.
Well, and that's why they did that Andrew magazine. But the thing that's so bad, he knew in our Constitution, the president had to enforce the win that the Cherokee got in the Supreme Court. And he refused to. He said, if Justice Marshall wants them, to not go? Let Justice Marshall enforce it. And he knew Justice Marshall had no opportunity per our Constitution to enforce it. It's only the president who can enforce a ruling for the benefit of the people.
Hmm.
Because it's just an opinion, a ruling. We've been operating like it's law, and that's wrong too. But that's in another chapter. So, but all of this has been so profound as to how all of this has unfolded, and people had no idea, just no idea. And when you look at George H.W. Scherf's two brothers, they had all these jobs in the government. And they were in all of these societies. They were all in the Order of Malta. They were in Skull and Bones. They were in George W., his son, who is a son of two German parents. He became president, and he was in Skull and Bones. But all of this came from Europe. They said it was new in 1864. They said it was an idea, and that Lincoln wanted us to do it. And none of this is true. Lincoln would never have wanted a secret society of all of what happened in Europe. He never would have wanted any of this in America. But they always say, like the Soros brand, we're going to be charitable, you're going to benefit, and it's all fraternal. We're all here for each other as brothers and sisters. And that's the mimicry, mockery of being together as believers and being great to people and being charitable to people and being fraternal with people and not getting it from anywhere else. Our Congress has been paying all of this. All of this is an act of Congress. Everything they set up with all these organizations is an act of Congress. They were granted land grants. The biggest one is in Springfield, Missouri. And in Springfield, Missouri, it takes up at least 2 blocks, if not 3 or 4. And you got the castle, and then you got the military armory, and then you come around the corner and you see the National Guard armory, and then you see a Boys and Girls Club, and then you see a ball field, and then you see daycare facilities with the daycare behind it. And then you see this big white house, and we went ahead and drove behind to see what it said. And on the back, it had a neon sign, "Enter here." It was yellow on a blue sign of neon, and the whole house was boarded up. And then the whole rest of the land in the back is all Evangel University, which is a seminary for Assembly of God. And they gave them all that land for $1 as a land grant. You and I can't do any of this, but we weren't granted the money or the land. It was that's where the 10 square acres in 10 square miles, I think it is, that they have as their sovereign land in DC, how they set it up as a District of Columbia in America. So that was a big land grant and made their own sovereign soil. Well, that's what they did with all of these castles in all of our states, is they gave them this land grant. So Evangel University is a seminary for Assembly of God, and Assembly of God Church is there. So the whole university is there. And we've been paying for all of this, guys. I mean, we've been paying for all of this to happen, all of this to be set up, and all of it's pretty much to groom your children. And it's a really sad status. And you come past the church and you come back around the corner toward the castle, and you see a 5-point building where they do all administration. And there's a 5-point, just like the Pentagon. Do you know what I mean?
That ties in. So I have this woman that I do shows with, Lynn Scott Hagerman. She talks about how as a child, and there were underground facilities where they would be sold to bidders. And I want to go in that direction with our conversation, but there was some very, very shady stuff that was going on there. So that kind of ties in to what you're talking about here. Wow.
Well, Bob Jones University in South Carolina, he was a high noble in the Knights of Pythias. It's on the memorial pages, and people who graduated from there went, "Oh, it wouldn't be Bob Jones. He's a Christian, and he wouldn't be doing." He's a high noble in the Knights of Pythias. The only way you can get the money for this, if you look at all the universities, where do they get the money? All of this is being funded, and all of it. The castles do the same thing. They have tunnels underneath. The kids go down there. They actually have what was it in olden times? And they had the bars over the windows. It's like a jail, and you are a jail, but it's the whole backside of the castle. When you drive around and see the backside of the castle, it's like I would say a brig, like a military brig, with all these iron bars over the windows. So why would they be? But they're over the Sunshine Boys, Sunshine Girls. They had seniors living there. So the elderly and the children, and what are they still focused on? What the status for the elderly and the status for the children? Same thing.
So Bob Jones, are you talking about Bob Jones?
There's two
Is he
Bob
real estate?
Jones. Bob Jones University is one Bob Jones, and then there was
Right.
Bob Jones, a prophet. And
Mhm.
Bob Jones, the prophet, with Arthur Burt and John Paul Jackson, pulled away from Kansas City Prophets, who are still in trouble to this day. Mike Bickle and those guys that are over Kansas City Prophets. Now the truth's coming out about them, the same as Robert Morris and all. There's a whole bunch of people that are going to be revealed. But Bob Jones, that Robert Jones, Bob Jones, is a prophet, and the one over the university is the one that's the high noble. You can't get that kind of money. You can't get that kind of structuring unless you get them involved. And so once you accept the deal, it's the same in the military. It's the same when you accept the deal and you got to follow their instructions. When you accept the deal in Hollywood and you got to follow their instructions, it's the same thing in the churches and in the universities.
Hmm.
And
Okay.
they were all taken out of their residences all on the same day.
Because I think it's, I don't know if it's the same guy or not, but my dad used to work for Bob Jones Realty in South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina.
I wonder because the university's higher up than that, somewhere around, is it Greenville or?
Right.
But you know, South Carolina was overtaken because Charleston, South Carolina is where Albert Pike brought all the 33rd degree Masons from around the world, and his right-hand guy was a politician in Italy named Giuseppe Mazzini. And Mazzini in 1871, he came and set all this up with Pike, and a Lutheran pastor from Switzerland came. And those are the three guys that set up the world order, moving to Charleston, South Carolina. Now, their castle for the Knights of Pythias looks like a little toy castle. It's a little white one. It's got cutesy little flags up in the corner. It's completely different. The one in Missouri, Springfield, Missouri, is huge. It's all granite. It's what I think is their main, they talk about it as their main one. But you can look up your state. When I gave a tour, we were, some of us that were at Doug Billings' event when I spoke in June, that would have been June 23. When we did that, afterwards, I said I was going to go look at the castle, but I didn't want to look at it by myself. So they went with me. And the gal from Wisconsin, there was one Minneapolis, one Wisconsin, the rest were all from Chicago. And they were all laughing, thinking this can't be real. But they had an event and they had the road cut off. And as the people were leaving, they'd have to get out of their vehicles and move the chain. So we were being gracious to move the chain for them. Angry faces, didn't thank us, didn't say anything, just angry, and just tore out, you know, as soon as we moved it, just tore out of there. They all had medieval costumes on. It was very, very interesting.
Mm.
It was on a Sunday afternoon, but whatever. So the gal from Wisconsin said, I just can't imagine something like this in Wisconsin. I mean, I don't know how Missouri has it, but maybe it's just the one in Missouri. When she got home and looked it
Is
up.
that I'm looking it up online. Is that the Pythian Castle?
Yep, Knights of Pythias.
Okay, let me share the screen on that. Wow, Knights of Pythias. Yep, absolutely.
And the castle in Wisconsin isn't even, it's less than 3.5 miles from her house in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Tour Springfield's incredible Pythian Castle. So it's got this looks pretty interesting. Children explore the basement of Pythian Castle. So I wonder how actually deep it goes. So that's very interesting.
Well, and they've got to have movement because there's no way to get from the castle over another block and a half over underneath that White House that's all boarded up. Yeah. But it says enter here if you're coming, enter here if you're coming from the outside. It's just, it's the crazy. But guys, this stuff is real. Giuseppe Mazzini started the Italian mafia in 1860. So none of this is new. It all comes out of the Khazarian business plan. All of this stuff is identical. It's all identical, and it just gains different names. It's just like if you go way back in history to the Ark and Nimrod being a great grandson of Noah, he being the only righteous one, his mom was Semiramis and he was Nimrod, but he was deified in Egypt. They get different names as they get deified in these different areas. So they're used to carrying and living under different names. It's not brand new for Prescott Bush to operate as Bush in America, but anywhere else he is in the world, he's his real name. Because all of these guys that came from Germany that are the top guys, did you know they all have ranches in South America? I thought, this is just really kooky. And God said, go ahead, look it up. And so I did. So I looked up, is there a Bush family ranch in South America? And I'm pretty sure it was Paraguay. And I don't even know which part of South America that is, but they have a landing strip and a house is what they've got. And so they were business consultants all over the world because they said Hitler went to South Africa and his main guys were in South Africa and are not South America. And so they're all in South America and that's how they're coordinating and they're charging to be business consultants around the world. And that's how George H.W. Scherf Sr. became how did he, out of anybody in the world, become the guy who was Tesla's right-hand guy controlling, a handler of Tesla? And you can see in the pictures when Tesla was older, he was so gaunt.
Oh, yeah.
It was horrible. But then you look at Thomas Edison, and that's not in this book. That's going to be in book 7. Thomas Edison of the Ancient Society Theosophical that became eugenics. That was the Georgia Guidestones under the Order of Malta. You see what I mean? But all of these are the same people in the same memberships, and they're just in all these different groups. And then they operate under all these different names. And when you go to these, it's just like it's in the Shriners. They're called Noble, and then your last name. So when I was in Macon, a guy came to a church and he took over the youth group, he took over the men's breakfast, he took over all of these things, and he comes in his Masonic. As soon as they gave him all these jobs, he came in a Masonic with a Masonic hat, baseball kind of hat, with all these symbols on it. One Sunday, the very next Sunday, he came in a Shriner shirt. It said Noble James. His last name was James. And so it said Noble James, and then his hat. And the pastor had no idea what he was representing. I said, he's letting you know you just gave him all these positions over your youth, over the men, over everybody. And he's in all these societies.
Yeah, wow. Incredible. So, I mean, this goes all the way back to, a lot of this stuff goes back to England.
Mm-hmm.
My wife Tracy and I, we went to Glastonbury, and we saw, King Arthur, his grave supposedly there, and Queen Guinevere. Of course, they, I think it was Henry VIII, basically, did away with the Catholic Church and started the Church of England. So a lot of these places were destroyed, Glastonbury being one of them. So we stayed at the pub that was across the street from Glastonbury Cathedral, and we were told that there was tunnels that went underground to the pub so that the monks could leave and come over and enjoy themselves and partake of the females and so forth. But there was rooms there. We stayed in the rooms, fabulous. So 1,000 years old, crazy, this pub. So this history has come to America with these castles, like we were just showing, but the connection to Britain and the control that Britain still has over America, and breaking that control is, I think, one of the things that the Trump administration is doing.
Are you seeing the funny thing about the ballroom?
Exactly, very
the ballroom. They're digging so deep. Everyone, that's very deep to dig to do a ballroom floor. Why are they digging so deep?
Foundation, yeah. Well, it's going to have some really good foundation.
Yeah, all the tunnels and is exposing everything. I get such a kick out of President Trump, and he's so casual about all of it. It's just, don't worry, you guys aren't going to pay a dime. Did you see the list of who's paying? It's in alpha order of all the corporations where the CEOs had to step down 2 years ago at the end of the year. And so it's all of those corporations, and it doesn't miss Facebook, it doesn't miss Microsoft, it doesn't miss Amazon, it doesn't, all those corporations when they had all the transition of all of those leaders having to step down from their corporate presidential roles. All they're paying for this ballroom, but they're paying for all the digging to get rid of all of these tunnels. Because
Yeah.
these tunnels, a lot of them, they said, even because it's always been a vice president. I don't remember that much about a vice presidential house until there was so many problems with Kamala and her and having this vice president's home in DC. But
The Naval
supposedly
Observatory.
they go to their homes, these tunnels.
Yeah. Of course they do. Yeah. So, wow. How about that? And it's supposedly there's a grid system there in DC as well that's basically destroying demonic grid system.
The goat symbolism is destroyed. The 2 flagpoles started the process.
Right.
When he
Right.
did them way out where he did them and how he put them, it's not the same worship center that it used to be. So
Wow.
people thought we'd have to tear everything down. I don't think they are restoring the Lincoln Memorial to tear it down. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense they would tear down the White House. It doesn't. And I do think because there is supposed to be a location in Texas where the Secretary of the Treasury is going to be with the Treasury, and that is a bullion reserve in America. And so maybe that is going to happen because that's supposedly built in Temple, Texas. Several people have confirmed that who live right in that area. And one of the guys on the building team told me about it before the guys who live in Temple, Texas. So that could be happening. But at a minimum, they have to save it as history. So when people were furious about, and this is all happening in the past couple of weeks, President Trump is redoing the Albert Pike Memorial statue. And why is he doing that? The guy was a 33rd degree Mason, and people are so funny because Masonic is the bottom. They're not even crediting the fact that he created or he brought in America Odd Fellows. He brought in the Scottish Rite Temple. That's their worship center. All of the shapings and everything come out of all of that. And then he started the KKK. And that's why there's a picture in the book of a Cherokee female chief, and she happens to be a Black person. People are like, how did that happen? I said, because they were here for centuries. They were in the Middle East, so they were darker like the Arabs. They're lighter and lighter over time. Even the Aborigines, you can see who's the families get lighter and lighter as they marry into other families. But when they're just Aboriginal, it's a very, very dark color. And so people are just like, how could this be true that they're the native tribes and they're of a darker skin? And I said, why do you suppose they call us white man? Why do you suppose they call us pale face? Where do you think those names came up? Because they hadn't seen people as light as we were because of where they lived and where they came from, and they stayed within their own tribes. And so we have so much to learn. We have so much to learn that has been a complete lie in our country.
Wow.
It's just
Yeah.
really hard.
Yeah, I've been with some other people that have been disclosing that some of the tribes from Israel came here to America, and so that makes sense. That's why the native cultures are so dark skinned. Some of them. So wow.
They went to all of the uninhabited lands. That's in the Apocrypha. And there's a good guy. I can't even compare. They have a little red hardback. It's like a 5-point. So who wants to read that one? That what they pulled from the 1611 Bible, the King James Bible. And so please don't go out and buy a King James Bible and think you're going to see the Apocrypha, because there's nobody that can get a 1611 anymore. And so they pulled it out in 1804, same time they were moving the Native Americans off our land. In 1804, they're over there as a British and Foreign Bible Society, removing books from the Bible because they don't want you to know these things. They don't want you to know about Covfefe, which is in the ancient book of Enoch. And they don't want you to know about, these came, but they came to all the uninhabited lands. There were only 70 little nation areas over there that had people residents because there was no way to get around anywhere. I don't even know how many centuries they had maps that had dragons, where is the unknown, So it just took a long time. And that's why I think we went through 43 on takeover before we're self-governing. They knew exactly what to do, exactly what to set up to put us in this position. And it was Jefferson, and to what you were saying just a little bit ago, Michael, is that Jefferson knew You cannot, once they start corrupting all of this and operating the way they operate over, they've used identity theft to take over every rulership of every nation, and they did it to us. We haven't had American-born people in control of this country for generations. And that's our Congress, they were all in agreement, guys, Knights of Pythias. And so John Wilkes Booth and the team, and that's all in this particular chapter because it was all a setup to get rid of him. They had just started the Republican Party. So when people say now you want to be in this party or this party, you don't want to be in either one of them. It's all the same people who all came here to do this to us. So people are shocked. Right now, Marjorie Taylor Greene is brand new to people.
Right. So this was I love oh, did I miss what happened? There it is.
There
All
it
right,
is.
so I love this one. We talked about this before, but I think it really comes into play now during Veterans Day. So Ulysses S. Grant, of course, we know that basically this was a dividing line between the constitutional America and then, when Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, then after that, it seems like not too long after that, this traitorous group came in. So Ulysses S. Grant, there are but two parties now, traitors and patriots. And if we are to have another contest in the near future of our national existence, I predict that the dividing line will not be Masons and Dixons, but between patriotism and intelligence on one side and superstition, ambition, and ignorance on the other side. Now, we look at the way the voting has been going. It seems like we're at that dividing line between people that are ignorant, superstitious, and then the patriots and people that have critical thinking on the other. What are your thoughts?
That is exactly what it is. It goes all the way back to the Revolutionary War. When you brought that up, I don't think I put it in this book, but it's in my other books, the book series. Samuel Adams, one of the best patriots, because what happened with Ulysses S. Grant, and we have a U.S. Grant Hotel in downtown San Diego because they thought so much of what he had done. But in 1870, he signed in because once you become a president, nobody's going to know because they're not going to know what happened to you. And so this is what Samuel Adams said. It's one of my favorite of his quotes. If ye love wealth better than liberty, the tranquility of servitude better than the animating contest of freedom, go home from us in peace. We ask not your counsels or arms. Crouch down, lick the hands which now feed you. May your chains set lightly upon you, and may posterity forget that ye were ever our countrymen. I love that quote by him because that's the Revolutionary War, and that is exactly where we are in any day, any time. You choose, I just want to be comfortable. People just wanted to go back to normal, and that's why I said you don't want an ounce of normal. You don't want an ounce of where we've been because that's how we got here. And look at what it has taken just to show the people what we've been dealing with.
Yeah. Because
we don't get together as true speakers because they made us a silent majority. Yeah. So what kind of people are they? And you want to be in their council and you want to be living with them and you want to be operating like they do. Well, then you made your choice. We're going a different way.
And we've talked about that. I mean, both of us have been targeted for destruction. So during COVID, that was where a lot of people just let me have my freedom. I just have to take the shot. I'll take my freedom. But that was basically being enslaved, like you were just talking about. Unfortunately, a lot of people didn't realize that. They were saying, whatever it takes, keep my job, be with my family, get out of the house, go to the concerts. Whatever it takes, so sad. But now we're at that point again where I just saw this one show with Tucker Carlson and a guy that was talking about the chemtrails. So that he was talking about how the chemtrails are destroying not only us, killing us, but also plants, and the bee population is almost completely gone. If the bee population goes, then we lose all these crops and so forth. So there's a, and then I believe they know that we're going through, earth changes. The earth changes, the sun is like just kicking all this energy at us, all this electromagnetic plasma energy is coming at us as we're speaking right now. It should be impacting us within the next several hours. And it's going to cause a major disruption on the earth. Maybe we won't be able to have shows for a while. Maybe we'll have these massive earthquakes that happen every time this massive influx of plasma comes. Right now, it's looking like Japan is going to get a massive earthquake with this influx of energy. So they know this. They have been controlling a lot of this, not completely control it, but maybe taking it to another level of destruction capability. We've seen this year was one of the first years that we have not had destructive hurricanes. So it seems like this technology that's been used against us, somebody or some group has gotten control of technology that keeps that from impacting us. So we're having all these different things that are going on right now, impacting humanity. We know that this death cult is trying to destroy us, trying to destroy humanity on a massive scale, dumb us down, kill us off so that we're manageable. Where do you think this goes in the future?
Depopulation down to 10%. That's that's what the Georgia Guidestones.
Yeah.
500 million people on the whole planet. I mean, really? That's depopulation from every angle, every layer, every process, everything they've done to us. And we did not have any idea that it was going to go down this slippery slope. And they had us there. I mean, there are no natural fiber fabrics, whether it's for you to wear or for upholstery or for carpeting or for anything. Everything you're breathing in, everything is blends. All of this is against the plan as a believer. And so what they did was take everything that was promised to us and do everything they could to destroy it without us realizing how bad it was. And the chemtrails are ruining the soil. They're already finding that some of the soil may never recover.
Yeah.
And so even if you use heirloom seeds, it's going to be corrupted, being raised in the soil that we have on the planet. And so I don't know what they're doing to eat. I don't know where they're getting their things. Is it all in Antarctica? I don't know. I've never been anywhere near Antarctica. I'm not into ice. I grew up in Nebraska. That was enough. Blizzards and ice. And so I don't know. But it's unrealistic to think that's what they could do. But just like we had a Tesla, so they had a Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison was a president of the Theosophical Society. So that's why he won and got all the funding, even though it was a lie, and put us into all of this, pay for all this energy and electricity and everything when we shouldn't be paying anything. We shouldn't have been putting up all these wires. We shouldn't have been paying for all this stuff. But the only way to keep people paying for their own utilities to give money to the elites is to put us down a different path. We didn't know that they were destroying the people that were trying to give us the things that would have helped us. How would you guess? I mean, how would you be ahead of every technology in front of us and be ahead of it and know that that's what we needed? And so let's support Tesla. Let's not support Edison. How would you know? It's just, we have been living in really, really crazy times, but how amazing is it that we're able to get to the point of sharing the truth in these days? Because there's a promise in scripture that there will be a generation.
I think, we've come to this point many times throughout history where the earth has been destroyed, and catastrophism was part of our understanding for a long time. And then we had Charles Darwin come in. Of course, he was part of a Masonic group that basically wanted to, push out new information that was controlling and did away with catastrophism. So we, throughout history in the biblical, text and so forth, there's catastrophes have happened. You just over and over and over again throughout history, catastrophes come. But I think it's, dependent on our consciousness. If our consciousness is at a certain level, then I think we can bypass it, or maybe start a new timeline. And then there's another group that continues on the other timeline. I think we're at that separation. My wife Tracy talks about how there's one passage where two men will walk in the fields, and one will cease to exist and the other will continue. I think that's where we're at, where we're going to basically see a parting of the ways. Those people that, like General Grant was talking about, there's patriots and then there's treasonous groups, and it's not really that they understand themselves as treasonous. They're just uninformed and superstitious and so forth. So that's where we're at. You, I, and other people. We have the critical thinking. We can see the things that are coming. We're trying to inform people the best that we can, keep people calm, keep people focused, work through all these issues. Some people just give up. When I talk about some of these things, I see a lot of the comments and people are just like, I just don't care anymore. It's like, well, then I won't say that you're part of the problem, but you obviously won't be part of the team that goes forward, because we have to work together to overcome these challenges. And that's a key. From my background, being in the SEAL and the CIA, and now with you and other people, where we're working together to inform people, there's some people just going to deny it. Some people are going to you and I, and probably many other people are like, and it's you don't have critical thinking, you don't work with a group, then you don't go forward. I've been with like these high performance groups, and I feel like there's a lot of humanity right now that are ready to move into high performance, and are to a certain extent on that level. I look, we're live on YouTube. There's quite a few people watching, although I didn't promote this. The title doesn't have what we're talking about, doesn't have you in it, because if I put you in the title, probably would have got shut down. But it's something that a lot of people want. They want this information, and some people aren't going to come along, I don't think.
It's it's been for all time, because there were the Aztecs and then they were gone, but more people came in. Then there were the Mayans, and on a critical point, which they knew, they were gone. The same thing happened in Hawaii. I used to go to Hawaii every year. I told people I had to go there to get my raw sugar, and then they said, "But Sheila, they're selling it at Vaughn's grocery store now." And I went, "Oh, they are." So I had this excuse, and now I don't have it anymore. But there was one trip I took where friends wanted to go with me, and we took a helicopter ride over Kauai. And I think that was the one that the family Robinson purchased as missionaries. And then the king's like, "How do I get my land back?" But he didn't know what they had done. He thought they were paying them to be part of it or become part of what was going on. He didn't know he was giving up the whole island.
Wow.
And the original people kept moving further and further north, according to the helicopter pilot. And they just kept, and he swung around there several times. And he said, "Look how miraculous this is, where they could be in these cave areas and closed in areas and etc." And then all of a sudden, it was like within 24 hours, they were just gone. And they didn't go on boats, and they didn't just go in the water, and they didn't, they were just gone.
Interesting.
So, but you're hitting on all cylinders with there will be a time when it's like Sodom and Gomorrah. When Lot told and his wife said, "Well, can't we have like 50 people? If we can get 50 people, won't they save it?" So then it got from 50 to 30 to 20 to 10 to, and then when he said to his two son-in-laws, had two daughters, two son-in-laws, and they knew the angels were at the house. And the people in the community wanted to know who those strange people were that were at his house. And I'm telling it as simply as I can and as brief as I can, because it's really where we are, is that he went to his two sons and they were in the pub. They were with their friends. They were having a great time. And they knew the angels were in the house. They knew the time was close. A little different than where we are today, but we're pretty close to having that time. And he went in and they said, "No, we're having a great time and everything's fine. Why are you so worried?" Because they get comfortable. They want what they think is normal.
Yeah.
And then boom, in that night, as they walked away from Sodom and Gomorrah, two communities, the whole thing burst into flames. And the wife doubted and turned back. And that's what is so funny to me, that Father had me do not just a fear not, it was going to be called a fear not devotional. Because I'm like, people just aren't standing up anymore. And they're like, oh, how are you coming through all this horrible stuff, Sheila? I said, God hasn't let go. I'm coming through. And they said, but I don't know how you're able to do this. And I said, because there is nothing, the things that are bigger than me are not for me to handle. So it's bigger than me for Trump to handle what he's handling. It's bigger for me than Cash to handle what he's handling. And I'll just take a brief moment for Cash and Pam Bondi. Guys, they don't have many people they can trust. Keep them in prayer. They got a lot of stuff they got to clean up. It takes time. You want them to clean stuff up, and they haven't even been in their positions more than a few months. Really? And you want them to change this whole thing and bring justice back and have all these court cases handled. I don't want one of them to get off on a mistrial. I don't want one of these people to get away and walk the streets again. So I'm okay. I don't care. How long it takes is how long it takes. So anyway, back to the truth of
I
where we
also
are.
want them to stay alive. So
Exactly. A bounty on their heads.
Yeah.
And on the
Now back
cabinet
to Lot, the people of the town gathered around his home and wanted to be with those angels. And those angels did a little, what's that one show or that one movie where Men in Black, where they come out and go, and everybody goes,
and you forget it all.
Yep. And so then they walk through the crowd. No one, molested them. And then he goes up to the caves, and there's obviously, something happened where his wife goes out to look back and she turns into a pillar of, salt. Sounds like a atomic bomb went off. And where that area was, they actually went in, and there is high radiation areas. And it looks like there was a piece of land that was blown, and part of the sea came in and basically took out Sodom and Gomorrah. So very interesting.
But that happened in Georgia. When they did all this to the Native Americans in Georgia, the guy that became the governor of Georgia, Bibb, and now Bibb County is where Macon is. So that's where God stuck me for the first 15 months while my car was still in California, trying to tell me what all I was going to be doing. And so by then I wrote 5 books in 2014 and 6 books in 2015. So I thought I was done. And at that point, Father's showing me that he then, because he was a high noble in the Knights of Pythias, he went over and became the territorial governor in Alabama. Well, where was he raised? And this is, I'm pretty sure, in my first book, could be the second, but I think it's in my first book. God had me put the sign of the town where he was raised that is now completely underwater. People can once in a while see a horseshoe or a brick or something, and it's Clarks Hill Lake is now filled in. The whole thing got destroyed, because they built that town when they came from Europe. They built that town on funeral mounds of the Native American Indians. And so when it sunk, then the water came in and they had no town. And so it's not just happened in a couple of areas, but we don't really look at these things. If Father hadn't pointed all that out to me, and that's why I thought when I come out with that first book in the series, well, I'm going to be done in Georgia. 3 years I've been here, Little did I know. But anyway, that book and that summary of all of that development led to this new book. Everything that they had done, because Georgia was named after King George III. And when he did all of this, and he was the architect of it, as soon as they won in 1820, as soon as they were going to be able to stay in Georgia, that was the opportunity they took to take out King George III with arsenic. And then in 26, Jefferson and Adams. In 1831, they took out Monroe. They just kept taking out the people who were then like, wait a minute, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. You know what I mean?
That's interesting because, Jefferson and Adams both died on the same day. Wow.
Our 50th anniversary, and on our 55th, I mean, the exact day on our 55th, Monroe, because it
Wow.
was in 1820 that Monroe came out with the Monroe Doctrine. And I remember hearing about it in school, but none of this history ever, and it's probably because
Yeah.
somewhere we know that it wasn't the truth. History was just
Yeah, I
like
thought it
not,
was like, that's too much of a coincidence. There's some fishy about that.
yeah, yeah. And so, but what's really amazing is we had no idea because Jefferson was fighting the centralized banks in 1791. And he was the one that formed the Marines and sent them to the shores of Tripoli.
That's right.
And then as soon as they take him out, they bring in Charles Joseph Bonaparte and put him in as the Secretary of the Navy. Do you see
Yeah.
what I mean? So they're always removing who's making it happen and replacing them with people who are going to destroy this country because they've never ever, and that's why you hear this from them. They don't like America at all. They don't want to be here. That's why President Bush keeps, or President Trump keeps saying, if you don't want to be here, you can leave. And
Yeah.
these are people who are here illegally and they're criticizing and coming against our country. You can leave. But you heard
Absolutely.
about the Venezuelan thing that just is happening right now. It's now over 600,000 deported.
Wow.
They did 260 in one, and then they just kept going. And what they did was they ended their temporary visas.
So you think these are the bad hombres that came here, or was it just they were sending the good people back to Venezuela?
We're sending them all back because we're straightening out. Our guys are on the forefront, the front lines, taking care of Venezuela, making it available for people to go home. Because see, when they did that with Saddam Hussein, why didn't I mean, we have entire communities in San Diego that are the Chaldeans and from Iraq. And why do we have all these communities of these people who wanted to get out from Saddam Hussein? He was hung within a few months and they're all still living off of our Section 8 housing. They built all new townhomes for these people. Our retired people in San Diego are on a wait list for a remodeled apartment complex. It's not good. I don't want to, I could have words for it because I was in development with AVCO for a few years as an HR director. And when you know development, and then you see where these seniors are put to live, if you can't afford the regular housing, then they put you in Section 8. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. And they were building new townhomes, and people were asking me how to get Social Security numbers because they weren't leaving. And then they were asking because they were filling out the forms for Section 8. And not only did the couples get Section 8, who aren't even senior age, they got them for their aunts, their uncles, their and spouses. They got them for their grandparents and spouses, their parents and spouses. Every one of them got individual townhomes that were built brand new in Section 8 for those people. I don't know, I'm gonna say illegal. It's just happened in America again and again and again. We got all the Shah's people, and they all said they were Persian, and they came in and they all got these advantages. None of this is new that we're dealing with right now. Since Vietnam, we got all of those, and then we got the people from the Philippines, and then we got the Shah's people. All of that's in one little decade, part of one little decade, because I think Vietnam fell in 1776, was it?
Something like that.
1976, because the lines for gas and stuff were 73. So, but all of this was under Carter then with the hostages in Iran. I mean, all this stuff that they've never cleaned up. And so our guys are in trouble everywhere, and their people get to come here and have all the benefits that we won't even give our veterans. And so since we're on Veterans Day, I'm so upset that the majority of people who are homeless as Americans are our veterans.
Yeah. And the rate of suicide is just over the top. I've seen that the suicide rate is like 22 a day. And I've heard from a lot of professionals and people that are working in that community. They say it's like double that.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty disheartening to think that 44 veterans are committing suicide a day. And there's no reason for that. There's no reason for one person. That's easily. There's lots of different ways to overcome that. He was coming into Vietnam. and there was a huge explosion. He said they were integrating him into, he's going through processing into the country, and there was a huge explosion, and shrapnel everywhere and gases and all kind of crazy stuff. They didn't know what it was from. He didn't find out until decades later that they had blown up the Agent Orange gas canisters that were using to do the jungle and so forth. And of course, American veterans are in those jungles too, but it blew up on that base, and lots of these guys were exposed to it. He didn't even know it till like decades later when he goes in and is like, "Oh, you've been exposed to Agent Orange. When did this happen?" And they had like suppressed it and all kind of crazy stuff. And he's had to have his jaw and his tongue operated on, and had to take a piece from his tibia and from muscles and to help replace his tongue, all kind of crazy stuff. The guy's a stud, he's a Marine. He's like, us veterans, we know how to deal with pain, but still, they even told him that your DNA could have been affected by the Agent Orange. So there's been people that have been exposed to Agent Orange. Their children's children are being born with, kind of crazy stuff. So he was really scared that his grandchildren, but I guess his grandchildren weren't affected. But it's another crazy thing that, can you trust our government? No, on really no level. It's insane. And, on Veterans Day, I salute, and I'm thankful for all the veterans that are out there, but we are heavily suppressed, and we are heavily disadvantaged. Homeless veterans, veterans, PTSD like crazy, commit suicide like we're talking about. It's sad, very sad.
And it's all happening on our watch.
Yeah.
It's all while we're here to help each other. And that's what makes it so sad. The J6 guy that we're going to help, Andrew Hernandez, I can't find him. I can't get him by phone or email since he was pardoned. We don't know what happened to him. But here's a guy that was a medaled Marine, served, honored many times for his service. But because of J6, his family departed from him because he was going to have to serve a prison sentence. So they felt he was a criminal in some way to go to prison. And so his family pulled away from him. His wife pulled away from him, got a divorce from him, took the children in full custody under just her. And so he had nothing to come home to. And that's what how they were treated. And then boom, what just happened on BBC? Did you see where BBC was now revealed that they took part of Trump's first part of his speech about we'll go up there and meet with the real people who are serving you in the Capitol. And then in a different part of the, 45, 50 minutes later, he said, we're going to fight for our freedom and our rights. The news department took those two sections and made it as though he said it all in one fell swoop at the end of his speech. And so today it just came out that the newscaster who did that, now she wasn't embarrassed back then in 21 or 22 or 23 or 24 or 25 until now it's been revealed that she did that. She was part of this. So she stepped down over the weekend and wanted people to know that BBC is a stellar news corporation and blah, 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 blah. And she made her own personal decision to step down. Well, when these people are in the club, they never lose their income. That DMV director in California who was confused about Real ID when they were supposed to be handling Real ID and they were telling us what to do about Real ID, they never lose their income. They just moved her over to the Secretary of Transportation. And so when they do this, they don't lose their job. So she's saying all these glowing things about BBC as she's walking away from the building. I just decided over the weekend that I just don't want this to impact BBC because they're a wonderful news operation, blah, 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 blah. And they knew what they did. And as a newscaster, if you're going on air, you know what's coming up on the teleprompter. You know what those pictures are that are coming up. That's what I was going to be doing with ABC in San Diego, and God pulled me out of that. And the medical industry, and he pulled me out of that after being in human resources, and he pulled me out of that, and then trying to handle work comp, and he pulled me out of that. But it was, I got to see all of these things of where this country is in order to talk about it now. I never would have guessed. I never would have guessed. But it does not compare to one day of what you guys have gone through for the sake of our country, and then come home and find out your families weren't even protected while you were gone. That everybody was vulnerable because all of our fighting men were elsewhere in the world. That's why I hope it's really going to happen where all those bases get closed down. Every country defends themselves, and we stay as a Department of War, and we get concerned
so glad
about
you
what's
said that,
happening in
'cause
AAA.
I didn't know how I was going to work that in, but I feel that, we are going to pull our troops back and we are going to defend America from the domestic enemy that has infiltrated. Now, General Flynn just recently, he was on a show where he was talking about Alex Jones, where he's talking about over the next 90 days, they're going to release thousands of attacks across America, and in their attempt to destroy America forever. So we've talked about that. We've warned about that for a long time. But this is the same thing we've said about, like we talked about before, 80% of people didn't listen. So how many people have listened? I've been talking about this for 5 years. I said that get out of the big cities because we're probably going to lose a lot of those big cities. So we're going to see these attacks coming. A lot of people are now, beating that drum and trying to wake people. We're in the last hours of it, the last days before these things start. So I believe very strongly that President Trump has already started to preemptively push troops into positions, like we've seen with the National Guard in some locations, forming groups that will be quick reaction force, QRFs, that will move very quickly into areas that will need them. But you're looking at millions upon tens of millions of potential combatants here in the United States. In our military, I think all of the military combined is a couple million, and only a fraction of those are fighters. The rest of them are service oriented. So it's going to depend on American veterans going forward, and that's one of the reasons why I think they have really come after American veterans, taking away benefits and so forth. And like you were talking about that one gentleman that was at J6, they went after a lot of veterans that were there. So fortunately, I was not part of that. So, but I was threatened quite a few times on shows. Oh, you're a J6? Oh, we need to get somebody to come investigate you, and in chats and so forth. It's pretty crazy. So that has gone to the wayside for the moment, hopefully forever. But yeah, I think we're gonna. This is a great day. I've seen probably an outpouring of support for American veterans like I've never seen before on this day, the day before. People were saying, Happy Veterans Day and thank you for your service. I think it's going to become very, 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 very prominent to a lot of people going forward. How fortunate America is to have kept their Second Amendment rights and have lots of veterans out there that are ready to serve still.
We're very fortunate, and the ones who kept so steady during the midst of all of that, because they had no way to help their families, no way to save their homes, no way to save their businesses, no way to have an income when they got out, no way to get a job now that they're out. We got to start standing together. And what they sacrificed for us, and then the way they were treated. And they focused on SEALs, Green Beret, top Marines. They focused on putting them in prison, and look at how many took their lives, went to other countries because they just couldn't believe that their country was going to do this to them.
Yeah.
So a lot of healing is necessary. But now making people aware of it, and that's why I'm so grateful for you, Michael. You've really stood the ground and talked to people into this area is needing assistance, this area is needing attention. I'm so grateful that you keep doing that, because when you make people aware, it means something to them, because they know you're not just saying it. You're saying it because you have seen this happening to our people, because you have when you're in that kind of training for SEALs, etc., you have an understanding of personalities that other people can't catch up with. But when you mention it, they know what to watch for. You see what I mean? So you're mentioning this is where this thing is going sideways, and then people go, wow. And then they get active and they go, well, maybe I can do something about that. And that's what we all need to do for each other. So I just thank you so much.
Well, I thank you too, because your perspective has helped broaden my observational skills in a lot of different areas. So we are a team, and I think that going forward, that's going to be very, very important that we support each other, like you're saying. Now, let me share the screen again. You have an amazing website. I love your little Shirley Temple look back then.
That's really me at 4. That is
I
really, it was a
know
black
it
and
looks
white, and he
exactly.
colorized it.
Did people say that you look like Shirley Temple? I'm sure they did.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Yeah. And I didn't, I mean, that curly wavy hair was all natural.
That's beautiful.
I have 7 different cowlicks, and when I lost all my hair after Linwood, it all grew back different, and I have cowlicks in different, I mean, I'm trying to get used to my hair, but at least I have some. They said I
Yeah,
wouldn't.
absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah, you've gone through a lot. You've been on the brink, and
Mhm.
a lot of people around you didn't make it, but definitely God has designs for you and good things.
Mhm.
So yeah, you have a great books. You have interviews in here. You're doing a lot of incredible work. Your store has your books in it. You can get the books on Amazon,
Mhm.
but you can access them here. This is the one that I pointed out earlier, a Warrior's Battlefield Strategy Devotional. So there's enough in here for a whole year of just read, keep reading, make your notes, and when I go back, I'm like, wow, I've learned a lot here. So
Yeah, when you go back to a previous week, it's like a big difference, isn't it?
it really is. It's pretty impressive. After being in this for well over a month now, probably going on 2 months, it's there's a lot that I've learned. So very, very good stuff. All your books are like this. I have these books. I've been through these books, but sometimes you have to go through a book several times. So hisbest.org to reach Sheila Sight, and absolutely incredible show as usual, Sheila. I'm just honored and thankful for the stuff that you share with all of us.
Well, we got through about 5 pages. We were going to look at FBI today. We got through about 5 pages. I think it's the biggest chapter. I didn't go back and check. It's over 60 pages for the FBI chapter, just not because they came against me, not because they tried to destroy me, but Father gave me more about, it's been in the 4 and 5 books a lot. But when we got to this book, and it just like everything came around full circle, and it's just like, oh my God.
Well,
but I have a
we
surprise
can do
for
another
you.
show in the
Yeah.
near future. We've been on the go for a while, but we're kind of settled now. So maybe the next week or 2 we can get back and go into more detail on some of that. That'd be great.
Awesome. I've been invited to President Trump's America First Policy Institute group. I was going to go to the gala next Friday, next week, and they invited me to come the whole week for the strategy session. So I'm so honored. So I'm going to be I'm going to have to be in Florida weather instead of last night. It was 35, but feels like 26 in Georgia. So it's going to be nice. But I have a surprise for you. If you, I did this and forgot to tell you guys, if you click on the website and then click on the interviews page, we changed the whole thing. And it's a surprise for you if you want to peek at the interviews page, because it's caused people to do marathon watches of our interviews because they can I had them design it. I had the new admin guy that I've only had for about 3 weeks. I had him go in and redesign it. So it's like looking at YouTube and you can see the interviews right there, and then you just pick and choose and it goes on for pages. And so you don't have to go to links, you don't have to do any scrolling through. You just see it on the page, click on it, and it's automatic access to your Rumble or YouTube channel, whatever link you give me. That's the link they're going to go to. And so it's really fun. So that's your brand new surprise I brought you today.
Thank you. That's amazing. Yeah. So you're full of surprises. You're full of information, and I hope everybody goes to your site. And I know they love you when they come on the show. So this will get massive views as it normally does. You're my top view on my channel. I would say my new, but my coming back to YouTube, they've missed you, and so I bring you back, I guess, in YouTube. I know other people have you on YouTube as well, but it's been great. I really appreciate you coming on and sharing your information.
Well,
hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco, and I'm unleashing the intuition for you. So we have solar storms are coming our way. We have major earthquakes that have been happening off the coast of Japan. Very similar to what I was predicting. We were going to have, the earthquakes in Kamchatka, and I said it would be like a seesaw, or one of those, seesaws where you're like, back and forth. So the energy was going to come up in Japan, and we're having the same pre-shocks that we had with the 9.1 earthquake in Japan, where Fukushima was damaged. Remember that one? I think it was about 2011, somewhere around there. So we're seeing the same outbreak, and that's because we're having incredible amounts of fat plasma and electrical energy that's coming into our Earth and cooking everything up, getting the volcanoes going, the earthquakes going, and so forth. So it looks like, I think within the next few hours, well, not few, but within hours, 10, 12, 24, or days, I think we're going to see a very, very significant earthquake. Now, if it happens in Japan, now there's been one guy that's predicting a 10 plus earthquake, and he's been extremely accurate. It's a Canadian guy that's done really good. I followed his work on X, and I'm going to pull that up in here in a second. But he has been predicting for quite some time that there was going to be a 10 plus earthquake and tsunami. And I've been predicting that we would get the Japan earthquake, and then we would get the earthquake off the coast of Oregon, and then we would have that tsunami. So Canadian earthquake guy, let's pull him up. I'm going to share the screen so you can see he's on X, Canadian Earthquake Research. So I've been following his work for a little bit. He's been, like I said, very accurate. And then, of course, we have the activity that's coming off the sun, plasma, all kind of crazy stuff coming off the sun on a massive scale, very massive, direct impacts coming at us. So it looks like we're going to get something major, guys. So he says, brand new update to fully replace the pinned tweet. That's an old one. Let me go back here. 15. So new M6 in the Japan cluster. Now this was these were significant sixes, and they upgraded from like 4s to 5s to 6. Boom. Now will it go to 7s? I don't know. Will it go to 8s and then 9 and maybe 10? Very strong possibility. So 3 each spot this week. This tweet will go down as a critical example of detecting something in its very early stages. And I agree with them. We're in the very early stages of a very, very significant earth change event that I think is the beginning of major earth change events that are going to be coming. Funny thing is, it didn't truly replicate Kamchatka, like I said when tweeted, but after I tweeted it, it quickly was fulfilled. Now that we achieved 3 Mag 6s for each Kamchatka and Northeast Japan, It's that I could tell those early magnitude 4s had something very different about them. So he talks about the swarms and how we're moving into significant activity. So very, very strong earthquake coming, I believe. It's going to have a major impact on the earth. There's a lot of weak points on the earth right now. We have, of course, off the coast of Oregon, with the volcanic activity off the coast, very strong possibility, I believe, that we're going to get a massive earthquake there. We have another one in Italy that's right on the cusp of going Campo Flegrei. That's right on the point of going major. Maybe all of them could go major very quickly, one right after the other, or they could be spread out, right? So 2 huge solar storms are coming. We're going to look at Stefan Burns. He's going to describe the energy coming off the sun.
Welcome, everyone, to the live stream. I'm your host, Stefan Burns, geophysicist, geologist, space weather guy. There's a lot happening right now. Because I look at all these different things, solar activity, space weather, earthquakes, volcanic events, and more, also examine interstellar forces, comets, all these things, there is a big convergence of factors taking place over the next 10 days between solar storm impacts, between very unusual earthquake swarming in Japan, extremely similar to what occurred directly before the magnitude 9.1 Great Tohoku earthquake in March of 2011. You also have a extremely precise linear planetary alignment between the sun, Mercury, the moon, Earth, and Uranus. So this goes all the way from the center of our solar system out to 20 astronomical units involving the Earth and its moon, which is one of the main agents of tidal forces, both ocean tides and Earth tides, vertical displacement of the Earth on the planet. And these solar storm impacts, these solar flares, there's a ton happening. So I am getting actually pretty worried about what's happening with Japan because this earthquake swarm has not stopped and we are getting new solar flares. Each of these explosions charging up the global electric circuit by blasting the Earth with its high frequency light radiation, extreme ultraviolet light, X-ray light, the same sort of X-rays that you receive at the doctor's office. The doctor says, oh, it's fine, but then they hide behind the wall, right? It's the same frequency of light, except a huge, massive amount of it that the sun will blast off. Light travels in a straight line, unaffected by electromagnetic fields. It's creating these electromagnetic fields based on impact coming in. I'm expecting G3 levels minimum. That would be a strong geomagnetic storm. So we can see here with our scale rating, 1 is minor, 2 is moderate, 3 is strong. We could even get to severe levels. I don't think we're going to go extreme with these impacts, but you never know. But probably G3 minimum, and I wouldn't be surprised if we have G4 storming. This does bring into question issues with the power grids and satellites and radio communication and more. Headed inbound.
So we know we've had the lockdown. We haven't been able to look at a lot of this stuff. Of course, 3i Atlas, which I believe is a craft, highly intelligent beings on that craft. Now, will they have an intervention in what's coming for Earth? That's possible. I think what they're going to do is they're going to watch how we respond when we do get something major. And that's going to tell them how advanced we are, if we're ready for help, if we're ready for the ascension, consciousness ascension, the renaissance in consciousness. I think they're watching. I think they have the ability to intervene, but what they're going to see, because these earth changers are coming, whether they get involved or not, right? This is a pattern that's been, coming throughout time. It's not like speculation. It's an absolute, right? So when Charles Darwin came in and talked about the selection of species and so forth, and survival of the fittest, that changed a lot. The catastrophism, right? Catastrophism has been part of our existence since we've been on Earth, right? So there's many cultures throughout time that have talked about it. Worlds in Collision by Alexander Vygotsky. So his work was massively suppressed, but he talked about how throughout time there's been many cultures that have talked about these events. Biblical references, many biblical references have talked about it, but they've been brushed over and talked around and so forth. And you look throughout all of ancient technology. You look at pyramids all over the world, pyramids in Mexico, massive pyramids, pyramids in Egypt and so forth. Some of these pyramids were there to make the earth stable, right? So they have actually looked at some of the Temple of the Sun and the Moon in Mexico, and they've noticed that there is some calming effect on earthquake activity from those pyramids. So a lot of pyramids around the earth, a lot of them are no longer active, unfortunately. A lot of them were destroyed for different reasons. Man, throughout time has, been impacted by ET forces, guys, right? So we're getting to the point where many people are like, of course, there's ETs. We have ETs here. We have negative ETs. We have positive ETs. So we have to start to look at the possibility of them getting involved on a positive basis. But our consciousness is being watched. So how we respond to these upcoming traumatic events, I believe, is going to be very critical for our human race, whether we get slammed again, almost into non-existence like we have on many occasions, or whether we break and move to a different frequency. There's maybe a splitting of the earth. So we've talked about that. We could be seeing all of these different things that are going to come in. So watch the energy that's coming into the earth over the next several days, the next week or so. It's going to impact Earth, and it's going to have a massive effect.
Quickly, too. The one from the 1.7 X-class flare was not as nice looking as this. It wasn't as fast. So I think this is going to catch up to the one that was launched yesterday. They're going to sandwich together and then probably sweep by the Earth around the 12th of November, sometime the 12th. Maybe pushes out to the 13th. I think it's going to be the 12th. And then you have this planetary alignment that's forming very rapidly. And that is a big concern because we see these sort of enhanced energetic events on the planet during significant.
All right. So a lot of people are blowing off the 3i Atlas stuff. Like I said, I remote viewed it. There are intelligent beings on there. There's different races of intelligent beings on there. So they're here for a positive effect. This 3i Atlas has shown it bursts in speed and it slows down. It definitely is an object that is moving with intelligence, right? Intelligent forces are on 3i Atlas moving it. And I believe that they're watching Earth during this time. All right. So let's look at what's going on in Japan. So the Japan earthquakes are probably going to result in a massive earthquake. And that's going to be on a level, I believe, is going to be one of the most significant earthquakes that human consciousness has seen.
Of another magnitude 9+ megathrust earthquake like it happened in Japan in 2011 with the Tohoku earthquake, because we have an earthquake swarm going on there right now. Maximum magnitude so far, depending on who reports it, between 6.7 and 6.9. Before I tell you more about this, have a look at this how they keep coming, starting from November 9th up to November 11th. There you see the bigger the circle, the bigger the magnitude. And they are quite a few, dozens and dozens of earthquakes. And of course, it's concerning if you see in the aerial picture that big trench, that big subduction zone that we see there. So the earthquake swarm began last night, basically in the northeastern part of Japan. And we see the earthquakes here. The earthquake cluster is basically just off the coast of Yamada in Japan, and it's the same general area as the 2011 Tohoku earthquake and foreshocks and aftershocks. I'll show you here the location of the Tohoku earthquake, and you see where all these aftershocks, the red dots, where all that was taking place. So do we need to say, ooh, or do we need to say, huh? Well, guys, it's not that easy. These
So normally when these big earthquakes come, people look at it, so that was a big earthquake, now we're going to get smaller earthquakes. These are pre-earthquakes. Same thing happened in the past before we had the March 2011 massive earthquake off the coast of Japan that caused the plates. It happened close to the surface, caused the plates to basically move and cause a massive tsunami. And it traveled all around the Pacific. Now, imagine that on very massive multiples higher. And that's potentially what we're going to see. Now, we know in the Ring of Fire, these energies travel around the ring and pop up in other areas. Other areas that have a lot of energy that's been dammed up, right? One of those energy points is off the coast of Oregon, and I believe that's where we're going to see a very massive earthquake. I think we're going to see massive volcanic activity. We're probably going to lose a lot of the coastline. We're going to have like earthquake, basically after earthquake, knocking off, different zones of earthquakes all the way across California, maybe even all the way across the United States. So depending on how massive this earthquake is. So this earthquake could just really rocket all the way across and hit it right off the Oregon coast and cause that massive tsunami, which I've been predicting for quite some time. All right, so we've had this one gentleman that was on Nino's show, Swearlow, I believe his name was. I'm going to try and get him on my show and talk a little bit deeper in some of these subjects. He talked about how by March of next year, the Earth will be a different place, right? Stuart Swerdlow, I believe that's his name. So, and he gets that information from sources, right? So he's not predicting, but like me, I have the ability to look at certain things. I see the energies. I see the manipulation sometimes that's happening. Will this be a manipulated event? I think it's something that's going to happen, and it could be manipulated to a higher level, right? There is the possibility for that to happen, right? So very, very critical time that we're in right now.
Range in depth from shallow to deep, and they increase in intensity. They have increased in intensity. Started smaller and they got larger. So none of them were really large enough to cause an alarm on their own, except the magnitude 6.9, 6.8, 6.7, something like that, has raised a tsunami warning about like a 3 feet wave or something like this. But we actually saw only a 20 centimeter wave, a wave like this. What is concerning, if we look at the cluster and if we compare it to the weeks that were leading up to the 2011 megathrust disaster earthquake, we all remember, you see the epicenter, we all remember that tsunami that followed, you see that here, and the devastation of the Fukushima nuclear power plant, and most of the people were lost not by the earthquake but by the tsunami. So there were similar clusters of smaller earthquakes in this region in the weeks leading up to the major earthquake. And most people...
So we have had very significant earthquakes in Kamchatka, which is just basically right off this area that's now having the earthquakes once again. So my prediction that it would seesaw back over Japan on a more massive level looks like it's coming to pass, right? Now, when that